Well, good evening, everyone. We'll officially call this Manvel City Council workshop to order here at 5:01 p.m. We have 6 of 7 members present. Mayor Pro Tem Sarmiento is on her way. She's just running a little late. So the first item that we have, really the only item that we have on the workshop agenda, is discussion on the permitted use table. So I'll introduce this item, and then we will jump into possibly some of the other items on the agenda as time allows. So Council, this is something that I wanted to bring forward for discussion, and we can get a little bit of the history from Dan and Joe's on changes in the past to the permitted use table. But we hear a lot from our residents that they want to see certain businesses come to Manvel. They don't want to see just the same old businesses that you might have in League City or Pearland or Sugarland or elsewhere. They want something different that's here. One of the tools that we have is updating our permitted use table, and this was done back in 2021 to allow council to make the best decisions regarding land use and what is allowed on specific land. So in the past, there were changes made where it was said that if you are a gas station, a small box discount store, or a convenience store, then you have to go through the specific use permit process. So I wanted to bring forward for discussion to see if there was any interest in making some additional changes to apply the specific use permit process to places like fast food restaurants, dentists, doctors, some of those items, because those are what we hear back from a lot of our residents, that they want to see different options other than a fast food on every single corner. And so as we look at this, we can't scrutinize against any specific business, but this is more so looking at land use specifically and what type of businesses we feel are best for which type of land use. So let's kind of introduce it to see if there's an openness from council to take a look at this, see what might be there. This would give our EDC a tool to use to recruit businesses to come. And with that, Dan or Joe's, I'm not sure if either of you have any items that you'd like to cover, a little bit of the history, what can or can't be done with this, and then we'll open it up for council.
Yeah, so in our zoning ordinance, good evening, Mayor and Council. In our zoning ordinance, we reference the NAICS codes. And so fortunately, we don't have to do the hard work of trying to categorize all of the different potential uses that are out there. That's already been done and is somewhat standardized. So if you've ever looked at a permitted use table, it's in the zoning ordinance, and it's a big, long matrix, and it'll show each different zone, open single-family residential, light commercial, heavy commercial, multifamily, and so on and so forth. And what it'll show, just as an example, and I'm going to pick one that's got some of both, say automotive repair and maintenance, NAICS code 8111. Automotive repair and maintenance is not allowed at all in residential, open single family or single family at all. It's not allowed at all. So you couldn't have an automotive repair place in the same zone where residential use is. But in heavy commercial, it would be permitted. Now in light commercial or in multifamily, it would require an SUP. So y'all have seen plenty of SUPs. So a lot of our codes a lot of our permitted uses are like that, where it's permitted in one zone, not permitted at all in one zone, permitted in another one, and then maybe more restrictive in certain zones where it requires an SUP. So that would be one way. Now, if we go down the road of, say, donuts, I know we get a lot of donut restaurant or donut places. And Joe's can jump in if I get this wrong, but it looks like donuts, for instance, fall in 722-515 or just 722 in ours, which is food service and drink places. Right now, we allow those in light commercial, heavy commercial, multifamily, and highway mixed use. They're all permitted. If you wanted to change that, for instance, to require an SUP, you could. But that doesn't necessarily mean that you could, and Bobby or Joe's have to jump to if I get this wrong, but that doesn't mean that you could prohibit a donut restaurant, for instance, or that, hey, we want this type of donut restaurant, but not that one, or this brand of fast food and not that one. So that's where it gets a little tricky. So I don't know if I'm not sure how to get you where you want to be as far as, hey, we want this type of restaurant or this brand of restaurant. I don't know if we can do that. Bobby, you want to jump in?
And that's, I think you've hit the nail on the head. If you say you change donut shops to requiring all donut shops can come if you get a specific use permit. Well, specific use permit is usually designed to talk about specific limitations or conditions you want to put on a certain location. Like, say, church, for instance, requiring a church to get an SUP. Well, we're going to look at the location and make sure traffic's not going to be a problem and be a safety hazard. That's why you would put a condition, for instance, on a church that they must exit and go right and not be able to make a left turn on the Highway 6, something like that, where you can address a specific condition. What you can't do it for is to say, well, we're going to require churches to get a specific use permit, and then turn around and say, well, we only want certain churches. We only want Christian churches, but not other churches, something like that. You couldn't use it like that. Same thing, you couldn't use adding a specific use requirement for a donut shop to say, well, it's just going to depend on which donut shop it is. We like Dunkin' Donuts, but not Shipley's, and you can't use it that way. So it's really designed as a tool where you're not going to say no, you're not going to say yes. Whether it's going to be permitted, it's going to be kind of a maybe. It's if we give you a specific use permit, we're going to look at your location. We're going to see if we can ameliorate some of the problems that might arise by allowing this use right there at that location. And if we can come up with some conditions to basically take care of any problems with having that use of that location, you can get your specific use permit and you can do it. But it's not going to be a permitted use outright, where you can just go ahead and pull your permit and operate. So that's why specific use permit's kind of a useful tool, but it just can't be misused for being something to choose something that's brand specific. It's really the use, not the brand. So I don't know if that answers that.
Now, and so also with NAICS, most of ours are the more general. So they're 6-digit codes. So back to the example of automotive repair. So we've got 8111. And as I said, they're not permitted at all in residential, but they are permitted in light commercial with an SUP, and in heavy commercial without an SUP. They're just straight up. You could have an automotive repair place in heavy commercial without an SUP. Well, if you start digging into the NAICS, and this is kind of what the mayor and I talked about on why it might make sense, because we haven't updated our permitted use table in a couple of years. So it could be potentially, if council wants to do this, we could turn this back over to PD&Z and staff, and PD&Z could work together on, are there any updates that need to be made? As an example, car washes. Okay, so car washes start off with an 8111, but then they're actually 811192. So they get two more numbers at the very end, so it's a little more specific. And we have some of those in our permitted use table. So if you wanted a car wash to have an SUP no matter what zone it's in, that would perhaps be a way that maybe we drill down a little bit deeper into the specifics. I don't know how many. Are there 100,000 different permitted uses though? I mean, the NAICS. I mean, there are many. So this would be a big undertaking. So that's why we wanted to. What's the general feel of council? Do we need to? Do we want to take on this project and dig in and see if there's some things happening that you're seeing that could be addressed by updating the permitted use table? Joe's?
Yeah, and Dan and Bobby, you've covered pretty much everything, but let me see what I can add. One of the things I would want to mention is that one of the purposes of zoning ordinance and the tool is to provide predictability in as much cases as possible, which means as a factor of property rights, you have a property and the zoning ordinance provides, okay, your property can be developed for these many things or these many uses. We should be careful and not bring about a situation where there's no clarity on what it can be developed into, and for everything it depends on council decision. That's one of the things that I would want to add. So predictability is one of the factors of the zoning tool. Another thing that I want to mention is the fact that right now we are going through a comprehensive master plan process, and this could be something that we may be able to address as part of that process through citizen engagement. And we may also have other areas in terms of zoning, like maybe reconsidering a new district, reconsidering an existing district's boundary, maybe the the allowances within existing districts. So my suggestion and recommendation would be, if there is any consideration for this kind of an approach, it be made part of that process so that the recommendation can come out of that process, and we may be taking a more comprehensive look at it rather than a focused or rather than a localized one piecemeal kind of an approach to it. That's all I would like to add.
Awesome. Well, thank you, staff, for that. Council would love to open it up to your thoughts, ideas, suggestions. This is something that we hear about a lot from the community, and I wanted to use some of our time tonight to get council feedback about what we would like to see moving forward. Councilman Bonner?
I think I understand the issue, but I like Joe's recommendation of doing that. I think that's a more economical approach to it. More, maybe economical is not the right word. A better group to do this through. I just think that seems like it's really hard. Seems like we can cause more issues if we don't have the input coming from the city people, the people that are doing these surveys and talking to the company that's doing this study right now. I think that's a good way to get things from them. So that would be my thoughts there, is that we make it a part of that discussion through that study.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Lands, any feedback?
Personally, I need to study this more myself. I don't have a good feel for the whole concept, and honestly, I just need to delve into it more to get a good feel of what we're trying to accomplish or change, and I'm just not there yet.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks, Councilman. Councilman O'Player?
So if I understand it right, we're talking about the book, right? The big book, and with all the check marks. And so there's been a lot of folks that put a lot of energy into this, and it tells us that you could have a Whataburger and a McDonald's next to each other, but you can't have two car lots next to each other, right? That's what we're talking about. Going through that and talking about that and make sure we're level set, and that's what we're in agreement. I get it. So, it's just, I think it's good to refresh that type of information, because at the end of the day, when somebody comes to ask, right, a lot of people have had a lot of input on the book, right? And it makes it easier to say yes or no. So I say, yeah, it's time to update the book.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Perry?
So my thinking is more in line with Councilman Bonner's and what Joe's was sharing. Let's get this comprehensive plan completed, get the feedback so that we have a better picture. You're talking about NAICS codes and the relation of specific use permits. That could be a grand task, and we could find ourselves back and forth. We alter it for. The key is determining what might have a negative impact on the overall plans that we have for the city and its development. And I don't think we can do that accurately until we've at least completed that portion, that comprehensive plan, so we kind of know where we're going. Otherwise, we're going to be back and forth, and like to avoid that if at all possible, so we can make more informed decisions.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Hudson?
Really, I don't.
If you can unmute yourself.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I don't have, I have some information. I understand where everybody's coming from in terms of trying to not necessarily forbid certain businesses coming in and not overloading too many of the food chain and so forth. But our committee that has put that out there, I need them to have more in-depth discussions on it. Because hopefully we're not trying to forbid any businesses from coming in. I don't think we are. But those two particulars and with our code enforcement, I think we can come up with something, but I don't have enough information to say, okay, don't do this and don't do that. And you want to leave things open. Nothing wrong with updating our code. I'm for that. And that's about it. I mean, hopefully we won't prevent anybody from trying to come into the city and, get a business, make a living, and that's it.
All right, thank you, Councilman. Well, I think I would agree with all the feedback here, and I love the idea, Joes, that you presented of having that incorporated into the comprehensive plan, that strategic plan from the EDC, the strategic plan from the city, the updated comp plan, the updated thoroughfare plan. I know Councilman Lands is very interested in that. Working on those items and this being kind of the output of that as well, I think is the right thought process. So I love that idea. I think if we can incorporate that, we'd be good. Council, you good with that? Awesome. Good feedback. Okay, let's talk about some of the items on the agenda here. We can make some progress on some of these. I know there's two specific items that I want to make sure that we leave for the regular agenda. Definitely one will be the animal ordinance here at the end, because I want to make sure people have time to come. Councilman Oplager had brought up an item on the consent agenda that you wanted to discuss. Are you good if we use that time now to discuss it?
I would
Okay.
love to.
All right, floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. So, on the consent agenda, item number 1 is the fee schedule, I guess. But I guess in that, when you open up the attachments, it's got like 5 attachments. Hang on just a second, I clicked on the wrong one. 5 attachments, Exhibit B, fire safety and prevention. And I've never seen this document before. So, but then, I've been talking about permits and stuff, and it says commercial fire alarm, I guess, and it says permit plan review, annual operational, and then the permit fee is $10. But that's different on the schedule, the fee schedules. So, which is right?
And Sean is here this evening as well. So there's 3 pieces to the fee schedule. There's always what we would call kind of the administrative section of the fee schedule, which is all things development fees. And then the second piece to the fee schedule, this one looks a little different than you're used to looking at, but it's the same information with the updates for things that we no longer use or that they're not enforcing, and then adding some. So that fire schedule one, it looks different, but it pretty much is the same context of what had been in there in the past. And then the last part is utility portion of it. So that first section where you're seeing that you're asking about for that $10,
That is in that one is Exhibit B, fire safety and prevention, and it has all kinds of stuff, carnivals and fairs and all this. But what caught my eye was the commercial fire alarm permit fee is $10, but in the schedule fees, if you look at the schedule of fees, I guess, and that's what we're talking about approving, the 24R-28 fee schedule. No, excuse me, wrong. The fee schedule. September 26th. You scroll down, and then to the bottom of that Word document, you'll find. Hang on, down on the bottom, commercial permit fire alarm. Are we talking about the same thing?
Shauna, can you explain what the one is that you've got referenced in your fee schedule?
Good evening, Council. So the data sheet that was submitted, or kind of the proposal sheet that was submitted, gives an idea of what I was trying to do with that. And it's more of, I realize it looks complex now, but it's simplifying. So one of the things I did was add columns to the fee schedule that defines what each permit is, whether it's an operational permit or whether it's going to be annual, operational, or construction. So these are different. So where that question may come in about the commercial fire alarm is where 27 of the permit fees that were under the fire marshal's fee schedule were either changed in some type of way or eliminated completely. So I'm not sure what you're looking at for the new,
But the fee schedule, I'm looking
the fee schedule that was put out is going to be separate from the current commercial fire alarm or fire and burglar alarm, which is, at this point, or last I've read, it's together. So what I'm proposing is that there's a separate fire alarm permit, and this is for commercial occupancies that have a fire alarm.
Yes, and again, alarms permitted through the Manvel Police Department.
So that's where it would be
Commercial
separated
permit,
out.
$100 annually, right, and I'm guessing that's,
That's going to be separate from this commercial fire alarm permit that is under the fire schedule. And the reason that's going to be separate from that is because we are enforcing that fire alarm system and making sure, because it's commercial, it's not residential, we're making sure that they are in compliance with all of the requirements for commercial fire alarms. So it's a little bit different from what police is doing, because they don't actually go out and inspect. It's more of a registration.
Okay,
I'll
so-
say that. So a registration versus an actual issued permit.
so does a business owner pay $110 or?
Nope, he'll pay, there's the $25 application fee, which is like, that's new, and then he'll pay the $10. So it'll be $35 for that particular permit for fire. So this
So
is
that-
going to be a new permit separate from
This
the
is
permit that's existing.
Okay, so the Word documents and the schedule of fees, right, that is wrong.
When you say Word document, are you looking?
Not that one, no. We
So I
got
don't
5
have-
documents here, and under the fee schedule, the fee schedule, it's the third or fourth one down that we're looking at. The City of Manvel fee schedule, September 16, 2024, right, resolution 24 or 28.
So
Right?
let's let Joseph.
Shana, I can add to what Shana just said. So the Word document that you just mentioned, alarms permitted through Manvel Police Department, up until now, that covered the fire and the burglar alarm, 2 components of the permit. Moving forward, what Shana is proposing is that the alarm component be a separate permit, the fire alarm component be the separate permit. So that will go on, as well as the burglar part of it also applies. So both of those permits would apply, is what the proposal is.
Both would apply.
Yes, and the one on the fire side would be the fire alarm with the registration, the inspection, and all of that, because I believe it's a new requirement that kicks in and all of that. And that applies only to the commercial, I believe.
So what you have is you have one that is strictly fire marshal's office, and the other is your master for everything that development services and permits issued, which is also what goes into the city secretary, any registration. So when you look at the fire marshal's fee schedule, those are only pertaining to the fire marshal's office. It's not going to be found in the master fee schedule
Okay, yeah, see,
until it's added to the master fee schedule, but then it will stay its own master, yes.
does anybody else see the difference that I'm seeing?
I think so. Mayor Pro Tem, we'll let you weigh in, and then I'll weigh in here as well.
So would having the separate fee schedules, would it make it easier to move forward with the process, or would it inhibit? Because I know previously, there's a lot of components that go into moving things forward, and so because so much of it is blanketed under one standard or one set schedule, you have to wait for all of them to be approved before you can move on to the next step. So by you guys proposing this, are you saying that handling this is separate from the burglar, so it allows the process to move on a little more efficiently?
Yes.
I'm getting that right?
Yes, and with
Okay.
the fee schedule that we're proposing, we've added those additional columns to furthermore explain, this is the difference between this type of permit and this type of permit. This is when it expires, these are the requirements for it, so it.
Can you give us an example of how it currently is and how that is cumbersome to the existing businesses and how this new way is going to make it more efficient?
Perfect example is what we're facing right now, is that you go to one part of the ordinance and you read where this is required, and then you have to call permitting and say, what am I applying for? And there are actually two separate applications. One is with PD, which is more of a registration, versus the one that is with fire. And that's going to be a separate one. So you'll still have to do your one with PD, but it'll be explained to them there's an additional one for the fire that doesn't affect the PD registration, but it has to be permitted because with fire, we have to go out and actually inspect the commercial fire alarms. And if they're getting false alarms, we need to figure out why and then how to mitigate them not getting so many false alarms. So it all pretty much plays down to the requirements that. But
Okay, so where it says burglar and fire alarm systems expire on December 31st, that's still a good statement, that'll stay.
yes,
Correct.
yes.
Yeah.
So these permits, the annual, the
So-
fire alarm, commercial fire alarm permits will be annual. So if you look down, it'll tell you it's a commercial fire alarm, it's an annual operational permit, so that's the type of permit. It's operational, that's due annually, and it's the $10, and so that you'll be applying for that. It also makes the difference, if you see there's a little asterisk there that says that application fee may be waived. So in certain circumstances, that will be waived, and it would only be the $10 versus.
So would I interpret it, then the commercial property would have to pay $100 for the burglar alarm?
It's a separate, so fire marshal's office, we don't inspect fire alarm, we don't respond to burglar alarm. And so therefore, when I say that there are certain things that are, inappropriate for it to be
So-
in this particular fee schedule, it's because we don't provide that service.
You see, yeah, because so what we're saying then, the two documents are going to merge together? Is that what we're saying here?
No,
So let
there's-
me ask a question here, Shauna. We'll use commercial alarms as the example. So right now, if I needed to get a commercial alarm permit, as it stood today, what would be my process and what would the cost be?
The exact same process that's there for the commercial fire alarm. In addition to that, you will have to get, if it's a fire alarm, commercial business occupancy, you will have to get the $10 permit from the fire marshal's office.
Okay, so right now, if I'm a commercial business, I go into PD, I'm paying $100 for my permit to get a burglar alarm. Right now, as it exists today, does that also cover fire or no?
No.
Okay.
Well, I don't want to say no because I don't know. I believe that registration is together. And it's more so, when we say commercial, I haven't looked at the residential. But generally, your commercial fire alarms and burglar alarms are separate. You very seldom will see a burglar alarm and fire alarm together in a commercial occupancy.
So right now, I pull one permit, pay $100, that's it. What this is proposing now is we pull two permits, and we pay $135.
Or we would look at it and it would be $110. Like, let's say it's a small restaurant or small occupancy that happens to have the commercial fire alarm because it's 2,500 square feet. Well, we're looking at the small business owner with this. If I open a barber shop and it's 2,500 square feet and I have to now alarm it, well, then I'm going to look, this is a small business owner, and we could exempt that particular application fee and just go with the $10. So it's really going to be on a case-by-case basis. If I have, another assembly that's required to have it, and there's 500, 700 people allowed in that assembly, well, then I'm going to go ahead and have that application fee, because it's going to take a little bit more work to approve that one than it would be for a smaller occupancy mom pop kind of thing.
So Shauna, this fire safety and prevention resolution exhibit B for 2024 R-28, are these all brand new fees and new permits that are going to be needed, or are these already currently existing?
There are only 17, I believe, that are going, so, yeah. 17, I believe, that are going to be new.
Okay, so 17 new permit requirements and 17 new fees associated with those. And then I also.
I'm sorry, there's 12.
12, okay.
Yeah, correct.
Okay.
There's 12.
And then I also, because the reason this was on the consent agenda is I was under the impression that everything was just going to be, it's just reaffirming what was already existing, not that there's going to be new items. I have some questions about that. You know, it looks like we're going to require a new roofing permit for $50. I'd like to get some understanding as to what that permit is, why we're going to charge $50 for it. There is also, taking a look at this, we're increasing the on-site septic system permits. You know, a residential permit is now increasing by $110. The on-site evaluation is increasing from $50 an hour to $105 an hour. And Shauna, that's not, of course, for you. Mm-hmm. But these are some new things that I think this is council's first time seeing this. And so I think we might need to, do we have to make a decision on this tonight, or can we table it to have more discussion? Because there's a lot that's here that I think that would be good to process.
So the one thing on here that was needed for this evening is going to be those items that you just mentioned under the environmental health for the on-site septic system permits. Those fees are increasing because BBG's fees are increasing, and that's covering their increase from the city starting October 1. So the intent was to get the fee schedule updated to match their fees, so the city's not, it's just recouping what we're being charged. The roofing fee, it was my understanding when that one was added that was the fee that was charged for roofing permits per the ordinance, but needed to be added to the fee schedule. Was that?
I don't have a background on the roofing permit, but the septic, of course, the situation was the previous company or individual who was reviewing the septic plans and doing the inspections, he's not doing it anymore, so it's been transferred to BBG, and with their process and whatever their cost is what we're charging for the permit on that. On the roofing permit, I can get clarification before we get to the meeting, the regular meeting.
We've talked about the roofing permit previously, and that was it was a $50 fee. I question why is it $50? Because it's just, but that's just a pass-through cost that I understand.
So it was my understanding it just wasn't reflective in the fee schedule, so it was just being updated, added in there.
So everything in red is new in
Just
the
the
fee
red.
schedule.
Yes, everything, you're going to see some blue on there. That blue stuff had to do with the election item back in 2023, so we kind of kept that in blue because it just is our refresher for us. But the few things in red is what the new things are. And then, of course, the fire information.
Okay, all right. Can I go back to the fire for a second?
Yes. And
Okay, so
I know you guys.
so in the world of the fire, in the fee schedule, is their fee charge for false alarms. Are you monitoring the false alarms?
That's a good question. So no, and that is why it has been removed from the fire marshal's permit, because we do not monitor those false alarms. We don't respond to those false alarms. They're done through dispatch. So I don't see a need for the fire marshal's office to charge for a service that we don't provide.
Well, yeah.
But police does through dispatch.
Do the police don't respond, because the ESD dispatches that.
Well, and when we talk about that, I don't think there's a separation between commercial and residential when we talk about those false alarms.
Okay, well, but in the document here, so, because I guess I'm getting in the weeds of the document. In the document, it says a fee, so do we need to remove that from the
I think we're talking about two different documents. We're talking about the master fee schedule for the city versus the master fee schedule for fire, which is
Well,
only going to pertain to
I'm looking
fire.
at, it says fire, $50. Fee charged for 3 or more false alarms, but fewer than 6. And then it goes up.
But that's the one that's submitted to PD only. Fire does not, so they are, the ESD is responding to the fire alarms, and the police department is responding to the burglar alarms.
Right.
The Fire marshal's office, so that won't,
I'm talking about fire.
yes.
Yeah, I'm talking about, in the fee schedule, it's talking about fire alarm response or false alarms. My question is that something we should then take out?
So no, sir, those fees, even with whether it's a burglar false alarm or a fire false alarm, the police department still goes out for those false alarms when there's a false alarm that gets called in, because most of them are going through the monitoring company that contacts us to say false alarm. That's separate from the fire marshal, which the fire marshal is fire prevention, so fire education, not putting out fires, not going to fire calls unless there's an investigation. So their items for inspections on different things for fire safety, chemicals, all of that, that's dealing with the fire marshal side.
I would think that the fire marshal's office would like to know if a system is
And we do.
malfunctioning,
I met with the volunteer fire department about 3 weeks ago or so, and just wanted an account of how many commercial false alarms they get versus the residential. And there really isn't a big concern with them with the commercial false alarms. And most of the time, they're not really false alarms. Like, let's say I'm popping popcorn in the kitchen and it sets off, because of the smoke, it sets off the fire alarm.
Yeah.
That's not a false alarm.
No, there's no such
So
thing as
there-
a false alarm. Something caused it.
Well, sometimes, unless they're in a malfunction in the system itself or communication lines go down. So those, or if I pull one of those pull stations and there's not really an emergency, well, that's a false alarm.
Yeah.
So, but it's a false alarm. There's no fire, there's no cause for evacuation, but in some
Okay, so we're just going to
occupancies, it's full.
have it on there, but really nobody, it's very difficult to track and manage.
It's just not, it's not a big problem right now. It's something that we like to keep on there.
We don't know there's a big problem.
Well, no, because I met with the fire department, and they said that they're not concerned with the.
They're not concerned with false alarms?
The amount of them.
They're not,
So
really?
where we're over, the ordinance reads that you have to have a certain amount of false alarms before there is any enforcement or penalty. They've not had occupancies that reach those amount in commercial fire alarms that would take them into that next level where they.
But they don't study that data, do they?
Well, just from their responses, so they can say, we've had this many false alarms. So.
Well, let's open this up. Council, what are your thoughts on some of what you've heard? And Shauna, thank you for all that information and your work on this. What are your thoughts? Are you guys, feel like, one, this needs to be a part of the consent agenda, be removed from the consent agenda, postponed, not tabled, postponed? I'm learning, Tammy, to a future meeting for more time for consideration? Councilman Bonner?
Well, I wanted to ask Tammy, if we don't do anything tonight, you're saying that the sewer rates, it's just gonna cost us money until we get the rates increased.
Correct.
And I'm trying to figure out how often is this gonna cost us? Is this a weekly thing we do, a monthly, a daily?
So
let's say between now and October 7th, 3 weeks.
Yeah.
How many inspections?
What's the estimate that's gonna cost?
We'll have to look, but we do get these permit applications on a regular basis. I can look up and give you data on how many we received last month by the time we get to the agenda on the regular meeting.
So also, am I hearing that if we don't pass one thing, we have to pass everything to pass one thing? And I'm not comfortable passing everything on this.
no, so we can go back to the official exhibit that was previously adopted for the fires part of it, and just do the piece that adds the $50 and then the septic charges, roof permit, and then those charges that BBG would be charging, and then bring back an amendment again that would just change the fire portion.
So to give us
of it.
time to look at more of this document, we could do the sewer tonight and then do the rest of it later. I'm fine with that. I just want to be able, like you said, there's several things on here that I'd like to look at. ask some questions.
Yeah, I think getting a little bit of understanding from Shauna and the chief, just what are those 12 items that are being changed and some of the thinking behind that would be helpful. Absolutely. Mayor Pro Tem?
I think the same. I was going to say the same thing. Can we just adopt what was already there and then postpone adopting all, I think I heard 17 new fees, that new fee schedule. Is anything else changing when it comes to the prices or the amounts of the fees in addition to this?
So there are a few changes. Some of them are minimally increased, and then a lot of them were either decreased or done away with because it's just not, I'm going to use like a carnival was one item that was in the schedule. Since we don't have carnivals and they're not doing them, it's taken out of the old one, and she just kind of cleaned it up a little bit to match what they currently do. But there were some changes, some she decreased, and I think there might have been just a couple of them that actually increased. The whole entire thing changed. Normally you'd get a red line version, but it revamped the whole thing, so there was no red line version that was provided.
So what I don't want to do is to stop any progress because we don't adopt a fee schedule. And so if we can postpone just adopting any changes so that we can obviously review. There's a lot of stuff that I'd like to review as well. So that's kind of my question, is that
And
I don't want to
that's
stop
kind of
anything.
spelled out in that proposal, and where the fees, at least 40% of the fee schedule actually decreased.
Okay.
In fees, and it's just mainly because it's not necessary to cover it in two areas, or like I said, if it's the service that we provide, if we got a fire marshal that goes out and does a plan review and inspection, well, we don't want to overcharge and, have.
And I
commercial
appreciate that, and I'm
businesses
sure
look-
citizens and business community appreciates that as well.
Yeah, I don't want to be overlooked by another city because the fees are too high. I want them to be reasonable, but also cover the costs that we're putting into them with, staff and the amount of time that we're reviewing or doing these inspections.
Sounds like it's fair, right? We need our marshals to go out there and do their work, and every city is going to charge a fee, so if it's
Our fees, I did some comparisons, and our fees were significantly higher to other, not necessarily to our surrounding municipalities, but in comparison to our size and the services that our city has. For instance, I'm not going to compare us to a Pearland so much, or a Texas City, or a Pasadena, because Pasadena, Texas City is industrial. Even though they have water and we're looking at these things, it's just not going to be, the same comparison. So I looked at cities that were built the way we are, that have volunteer departments with a separate fire marshal's office, and how those services were charged for. Because if you look at one that is where they're together, those fees are going to be a little bit more because,
of course,
we're paying for the fire department. So.
Okay.
All of those things were taken into consideration.
Thank you so much, Shauna. I'm on board with Councilman Keith.
So from Bobby and Tammy, from a motion standpoint, we'll pull this off the consent agenda. And then would a motion to approve be similar to, approve resolution 2024-R28 minus the changes for Exhibit B, fire safety and prevention? You guys think that would cover it there?
So what I'm going to do, once the workshop is over, I'm going to fix the wording for the fire protection so that you can include that in your motion, because it's just going to revert back to the original date that was on the previous amendment. So if you'll look at utility fees, the date is August 2nd, 2022. That was the date that the original fee schedules for the utility fees were done. We're not making any changes to them. So it all stayed exactly the same, but the exhibit stays with the fee schedule. I'm going to do that same thing for the fire, and then I'll let you know what that date is so you can make it.
Just let me know and I can include that in the motion.
Yep.
Sounds good.
So will that mean the only thing that we are passing would be the sewer?
The sewer, and we added that $50 fee
Yeah, the
for the
roof
roofs. Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
And then there's 15 that we've zeroed out.
So no. Those will stay exactly the same until the next amendment comes, because that all had to do with the fire marshal stuff.
Good question, Councilman. All right, let's make use of our time and just cover 3 items real quick. Agenda item number 1, which is a budget amendment. Dan and Rosie, could you guys speak to that?
Mayor, Council, good afternoon. This is a 3-part budget amendment that we are requesting. The first one is to transfer $1 million from our fund balance into the expenses for the Hurricane Beryl. We haven't received the final numbers, but this is the preliminary number we had received. The second part is moving the funds that we received for the property that was sold earlier in the year into capital funds, so we are able to purchase land either this current year or future years. That way it doesn't get lost between the general fund balance. And the third one is we're transferring funds from one department to another in the utility fund. The utility fund administration has extra funds that we need in the water section so that we can buy a couple of equipment, one of them being an antenna for a Neptune system, where our customers would now be able to do their own data logs and look at their water usage daily. And we are able to download all meter readings from the office instead of sending an employee out to the different spots to read the meters.
Okay, sounds good. Manager Dan, anything to add? Okay, so just to make sure I have it correct, so one is for the disaster funds, we were quoted at $1 million. Do we know if we're going to come in at that, or are we coming in less, or where are we projecting right now?
We're projecting a little bit less. The only number we're waiting on still is the final disposal number, for whatever reason, and we've asked pretty much every week since the cleanup was completed, and I don't know, I guess there's a dispute going on there, but anyway. We're certainly not anticipating it being over that number. If it does, it would still come from fund balance. But what we wanted to do is to recognize that number in this year's fiscal calendar, this year's fiscal budget, rather than carrying that number over into the new budget that hopefully gets approved later on tonight. So we're really just recognizing that number, and then, like Rosie said, recognizing the purchase of the property, excuse me, the sale of the property as well.
And that's the 2 acres that were sold right along Highway
On Wilson.
6.
Yes.
Sir.
And then the other is transfer. So what is this, at the end of the year, what would this leave us within our fund balance, knowing that our policy is at 50%?
We are looking about 46%. Beginning of the year for next fiscal year would be up to 51% once we close the books this year.
Okay, so we're looking to be above
Yes,
our
sir.
policy states. Okay. So I know Councilman Lands, that was something that gave you a little bit of heartburn previously, the potential of being below that 50%. What are your thoughts on that?
I like the sound of that. I do question the 50.91.7523 in the section 2, 900,000.
Yes, sir. That's for purchase of whatever lands we decide to purchase, whether it's this year, next year, or in the future.
Targeted as.
Exactly.
Okay, it's just.
That's just the
we're
money.
moving that from one fund to the other. just
Exactly.
For safekeeping.
And separating it so that it's obvious out there, because once I close the year, if I leave it in the general fund, it's just going to become fund balance. And unless somebody remembers, or council changes, finance changes, city manager changes, somebody's going to know because it's there.
So this is a fund balance for land purchase? It's
Basically,
highly-
yes,
Okay.
in the capital
Good.
fund.
Thank you, Rosie.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Councilman. Mayor Pro Tem?
900,000 towards potential land? How do we come up with that figure?
That is the proceeds that we received from the 2 acres, the net amount, plus a little bit of interest for the time that it's been in the bank.
In the bank. So we're taking those profits and using the exact same amount and saying we're going to use this profit to purchase land?
Yes.
And that's why that's where we're getting that number?
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am, I'm sorry.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Any other?
Sorry, one more.
Yes, ma'am.
And then also on Hurricane Beryl, weren't we quoted 800,000 for the debris cleanup? So the $1 million, is that just to cover anything that comes out over?
It was 800 plus another 100, and then what we actually, I guess council authorized us to go was up to $1 million. So that's why we're still running with that $1 million number. Hopefully, again, prayerfully, it's less than that. And whatever it's less than, like Rosie said, just goes back to the fund balance.
Okay, so do we have to actually approve that to go back to the fund balance, whatever is
Nope, it just rolls into it.
It automatically goes into it.
automatically? Okay, thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem.
I was just saying, candidly, what we didn't want, just like she said with the sale of the property, what we didn't want to happen is we get into the next year and then all of the numbers finally come in for Beryl and we've done something else with the fund balance. That would be horrible. So we're earmarking it for this new budget year so that it won't be misplaced, so to speak, or forgotten. However you worded that was perfect, Rosie.
You
All right.
have money to buy land. Sitting in this bank.
So, Tammy, I believe for some of these items on the regular agenda as it relates to the budget requires a roll call vote. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
The adoption of the budget is going to require a roll call vote, and then the motion for the tax rate ordinance, that motion's a little different. I'm sorry, the motion to adopt the tax rate ordinance is different than your typical motion to adopt the ordinance, just as an ordinance, and I've got that wording that I'm going to give to you that spells out exactly how to word that one, and that will require a roll call vote.
Okay, so agenda item number 2 and number 4 will require the roll call? I just want to make sure I star those.
Correct.
Okay, perfect. Well, council, we have 9 minutes left until the regular agenda. Do you guys have any other comments, or regular meeting, I should say? Do you guys have any comments or questions? And if not, we can go and take a recess until then. Okay. Staff, anything for you guys? Nope. All right, we'll recess until 6 o'clock. Thank you. Good evening, everyone. We will officially call this City Council regular meeting to order here at 6:03 p.m. We have 7 of 7 members present. We had Pastor Lee Peoples scheduled to lead us in the invocation tonight. He regretfully is not going to be able to make it, last-minute conflict there. And so I'm going to lead us in the invocation, and then we'll go into the inspirational reading with Councilman Bonner. So if you'll please close your eyes and bow your head with me. Father, we thank you for the opportunity to gather here today to make decisions and to come together as a community to make decisions for what is best for our community. I pray for each and every person in this room, community members, applicants, city staff, and fellow council members, that, Father, you may bless each and every one of them, that you may help them prosper in everything that they do. And Father, as our city continues to move forward, give us the guidance, the wisdom that is needed to make the right decisions and bring unity in our city. We pray this in your name, Jesus. Amen. Amen. Next, we will go to the inspirational reading from Councilmember Bonner. Councilman?
Yes, I apologize that I didn't see the note about that. So I'm a little bit behind the 8 ball here on talking about anything, but I think I'll just take a little bit, and I talked to y'all a little bit about this earlier. I attended a meeting today where we were told our works policies for things like inclusion and how we treat each other. And one of the things that I came across is that I don't have to agree with everyone's opinion. I don't have to agree with everyone's beliefs, but I do have to show that person respect as a human being. And I think that's the main thing that as a city I would look for when moving someplace and wanting to throw down roots is I want to feel like that somebody listens to me at least as a human being. They don't have to agree with me. They don't have to join my bandwagon, but they should offer me respect to listen to my opinion just like I should listen to theirs. So.
Good word there. Thank you, Councilman. If you guys will please stand and join me in saying the pledges. First, the U.S. flag. All right, so we have a few proclamations to read tonight. The first that we have is for Chiari Malformation Awareness Month. Do we have anyone that's here tonight to accept this proclamation? Okay, if you guys want to come forward, please. I'm going to grab the microphone and we'll read it out in council. If you'll join around and stand here in the front with me as well, that'd be great. So before I read this proclamation, I'd love to have one of you, if you can talk a little bit about this. You guys had reached out to my office, talking to me about this proclamation, and I'd love to have you guys kind of just share for a moment if you could. Do you want to share?
So it's pronounced Chiari Malformation. It's the herniation of the cerebellum. So the back part of your brain is like in your spine. It can cause headaches, dizziness, and a bunch of other like diseases like EDS and syringomyelia. And then we both have it. It's congenital.
And is it something that has made your way of life a little bit difficult? Has it impacted you on a daily basis?
Yeah, but we've had ways that we can manage it.
Well, when you guys reached out asking about this proclamation to bring awareness to this malformation, we wanted to make sure to issue that on behalf of the city. So I'm going to read this out, and then we'll take a moment to have a photo together. How's that sound? Awesome. So it says, and how do you pronounce it? Chiari, okay. Whereas Chiari malformation is a serious neurological condition where the lower part of the brain, called the cerebellum, Man, I feel like this is going to be a lot of scientific terms that I'm going to struggle with, so just letting you guys know. Pushes down into the spinal canal. This can block the flow of spinal fluid and cause symptoms like headaches, neck pain, balance issues, dizziness, and problems with motor skills. And whereas Chiari malformation is more common than many people realize, affecting an estimated 1 in every 1,000 people in the United States, this means that thousands of people in Texas are living with this condition, sometimes without even knowing it. And whereas Chiari malformation can be present at birth, congenital, often due to the structural problems in the brain and skull during development, but it can also be acquired later in life as a result of injury, infection, or complications from other medical conditions. And whereas Chiari malformation can sometimes run in families, indicating a possible genetic link, however, many cases appear randomly, making it hard to predict or prevent. Whereas the severity of symptoms can vary widely from mild discomfort to severe life-altering conditions, in some cases, surgery may be necessary to relieve pressure on the brain and spinal cord. And whereas awareness of Chiari malformation is critical, as early diagnosis and treatment can significantly improve quality for those affected. Many patients endure years of unexplained symptoms and seek help from multiple healthcare providers before receiving an accurate diagnosis. And whereas September 2024 has been designated as Chiari Malformation Awareness Month, providing an opportunity to increase public understanding of this condition, support patients and families, and promote research efforts to find better treatment. And whereas by increasing awareness of Chiari malformation, we can help ensure that people receive the proper diagnosis, care, and support they need to live healthier lives. Now, therefore, I, Dan Davis, by the virtue of the authority vested in me as mayor of the city of Manvel, Texas, do hereby proclaim September 2024 as Chiari Malformation Awareness Month in the city of Manvel, Texas, and encourage all residents to learn more about this condition, support affected individuals and families, and advocate for increased research into better treatments and cures. So thank you so much for making us aware of this. It is something that I did not know about prior to this, and I appreciate you guys for being here tonight. Let's take a photo. All right. So we have two more proclamations to read off for tonight. I'm going to read these just a little bit faster. The next one that we have is for Breast Cancer Awareness Month. I know my mom and my Mimi both were overcomers of breast cancer. I'm sure all of us know somebody that was either personally diagnosed or a family member that had a friend. All of us know someone that's been impacted by this cancer. So the proclamation reads, whereas Breast Cancer Awareness Month observed each October serves as an opportunity to raise awareness about the importance of early detection, education, and research in the fight against breast cancer. And whereas breast cancer is the most common cancer among women in Texas and the United States, excluding skin cancers, and it is estimated that in 2024, over 19,000 women in Texas will be diagnosed with breast cancer, and approximately 3,200 women losing their lives to this devastating disease. Whereas the Texas Cancer Registry reports that breast cancer accounts for nearly 30% of all cancer diagnoses in women across our state, underscoring the critical need for continued public education, preventative screening, and advancements in treatment options. And whereas early detection through regular mammograms can significantly reduce mortality rates, and yet many women in Texas, particularly in rural and undeserved areas, face barriers in accessing necessary healthcare services, increasing the urgency to promote equitable access to screening and care. And whereas local organizations, healthcare professionals, and advocates throughout Texas continue to work tirelessly to provide support, resources, and advocacy for those affected by breast cancer. cancer, offering hope and encouragement to survivors and their families. And whereas Breast Cancer Awareness Month serves as a powerful reminder of the importance of supporting research efforts, raising public awareness, and fostering partnerships to ensure that all Texans have the resources they need to fight and survive breast cancer. And whereas the City of Manvel stands united in its support for individuals and families affected by breast cancer, and we honor the courage of survivors, remember those we have lost, and reaffirm our commitment to creating a future free from breast cancer. Now, therefore, I, Dan Davis, by the virtue of the authority vested in me as mayor of the City of Manvel, Texas, do hereby proclaim October 2024 as Breast Cancer Awareness Month in the City of Manvel, Texas, and urge all residents to join in this important observance by increasing awareness about breast cancer, promoting early detection and regular screenings, and supporting ongoing research and community efforts to save lives. The last proclamation that we have for tonight, I was going to have our Mayor Pro Tem read it, but it's a lot shorter, so I'll go ahead and save you the reading there. This one is for World Teachers Day. So if you haven't noticed, school is back in session, and our teachers take on so much, not just public school teachers, but charter school, private school, and homeschool as well. And so if you see a teacher, make sure to tell them thank you for all of the investments and the sacrifices that they make. My brother is a teacher. My wife and I, we homeschool our kids, so she has the toughest job. She is a teacher for our two kids, and on behalf of the City of Manvel, we appreciate all that our teachers do. This proclamation reads, whereas Manvel's future strength depends on providing a high-quality education to all students, and whereas teacher quality matters more to student achievement than any other school-related factor, and whereas teachers spend countless hours preparing lesson plans and supporting students, and whereas our Manvel teachers have demonstrated great resilience, adaptability, and creativity, and whereas our community recognizes and supports its teachers in educating the children of this community, and whereas #TeachersCan is a statewide movement supported by more than 150 partnering businesses and organizations committed to elevating the teaching profession and honoring the critical role teachers play in the success of Texas. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the City of Manvel Council joins #TeachersCan and its partnering entities across Texas in celebrating World Teachers Day and proclaims October 5th, 2024 to be World Teachers Day in the City of Manvel, Texas. And be it further resolved that the City of Manvel City Council encourages members of our community to personally express appreciation to our teachers and display a light blue ribbon outside your homes or businesses the week of October 5th as a symbol of support for our educators. Thank you, everyone. We will now move on to two more presentations that we have. The first one that we have is a staff recognition. And Jorge, if you could please come forward, sir, and recognize this amazing individual that has reached a significant milestone.
I guess, does everyone hear me?
Yeah.
I want to introduce myself. I know some of the council members don't know me. My name is Jorge Reina. I just started with the city roughly 5 months ago, which I love. I love working here, which makes it hard for me, honestly, to kind of introduce Laura because she's been here 5 years. But in the short time that I've been here, she's been excellent. Her professionalism that she uses when people come in and help the public, she basically outlines all the work. She is there with them step by step, making sure everything gets done. I know there's people here that's known her way longer than I have, but she has helped my transition here, being her supervisor, so much easier. And if she's done that for me, just imagine what she's done to the public. So I like to bring up Laura so she can receive this award here.
Thank you.
You can receive this right here.
Thank you.
And this little pen. And like I said, there's not many words that I can use. She's been actually truly helpful with me in this journey that I just started, and she actually deserves this. It's real good.
Awesome. Well, Laura, would you like to say a few words?
Thank you all.
Well, thank you so much. It's always been nice. I know when people come into the permits department and they're greeted with a smiley face that is willing to help them and love on them throughout that process. Sometimes they probably come in pretty frustrated, and you work with them on that. So thank you for all that you do to serve the community. What we'll do is we'll have you guys turn around and we'll have you take a photo in the front here. Brooke, I'm not sure if you want to capture that photo for them real quick.
But I do appreciate this for her.
Yes, she deserves it, absolutely. I don't feel like I have to duck down.
1, 2, 3. 1, 2.
Hang on there.
Okay. All right, thank you so much, Laura. So we have one more. We now have a staff promotion that we're going to ask our police chief to speak about. Chief?
Good evening, council. Today I want to stand up here and recognize one of our officers that was promoted recently to patrol sergeant. Back in July, we had a sergeant that decided he was going to retire and start his own career at being a professional fishing guide. He seems to be doing good. He's posting a lot of pictures out there of the fish he's catching, but I believe these are all pictures of the past. I don't know yet. I'm going to go with him one day just to see if he actually knows what he's talking about. But we had an officer come to us from the city of Bay City back in January. He started back January 8th of this year. He comes to us. I'm not going to try to say how many years he was there because I'm going to mess it up, but I'm going to say it's pretty close to 20. In Bay City, he worked his way up to the rank of lieutenant when he left Bay City and came to us. It was probably the best decision he made because it come to a fantastic police department. That was a joke. But Edward Guzman, he comes to us with a lot of knowledge, a lot of background, a lot of information that will help our younger officers. He was promoted to sergeant about a week and a half ago. We made the promotion to fill the spot of Anthony Michelle, who retired back then. I believe he's going to do an outstanding job for us in the ranks that we have him and the position we have him in, and we look forward to having some fantastic years ahead with him. So, Eddie, you want to come on up? You got to talk.
So, Sergeant, Chief told me that you have a 5-minute speech prepared. Is that true?
Not 5 minutes, no, but thank y'all. Thank you, Chief. I appreciate the opportunity. It's great to work in this city so far, have a community that really supports us. It's very obvious out there, so I appreciate the opportunity.
Awesome. Thank you, Sergeant. Brooke, do you want them to take a photo together? Of course. All right. Need to get your two smiling faces up there. We got to get some WD-40 on that. If only we had a facilities guy, right?
Okay. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Thank you.
Tell me when I'm ready.
Thank you.
Congratulations, Sergeant. Next, we have a public hearing, and we will do a staff presentation on the public hearing first. Manager Dan.
So the one item on your public hearing tonight is to hear input for the proposed tax rate. Of course, this is what we've been talking about for the last several weeks. It's the same tax rate that we've talked about in the workshops and the budget town hall. And so nothing has changed. Just to, I guess, say it out loud, it's a 56-cent tax rate that we are proposing. And that is the same that we had last year, but prior to last year, it was the lowest since, I believe, 1998, if I remember correctly. So that breaks down into about 50 cents, excuse me, 56 cents. The no new revenue rate would have been 50 cents or so. The voter approval rate is about 60 cents. So it's not over. It's not the most we could go, and it's not the lowest we could go, but it's the spot, I guess, the spot that allows staff to do the things that we've talked about over these last several weeks. You heard all your directors come and present the things that they need to help with the growth of the city. So I'm happy to answer any questions once we get into the budget, but this is, again, just the public hearing to hear any input on it.
Awesome. Thank you, Dan. So, community, what I'll do now is I'll read the item for the public hearing. We'll do a first call, second call, third call. For anybody wishing to speak on the matter of the public hearing, you can come forward, just state your name and address for the record, and then you can speak on the topic of the public hearing. So to read it out, so this is to hear input on the 2024 tax year proposed property tax rate. A tax rate of 56 cents per $100 valuation has been proposed by the governing body of the City of Manvel. Proposed tax rate 56 cents per 100. No new revenue tax rate 50.7231 per 100. Voter approval tax rate 60.6924 per 100. The proposed tax rate is not greater than the voter approval tax rate. As a result, the City of Manvel is not required to hold an election at which voters may accept or reject the proposed tax rate. We will do now the first call on anybody wishing to speak on the subject of this public hearing. Yes, sir. Please come forward and state your name and address for the record.
Yeah. I didn't really have much on this, but I'm Tim Black at 5115 Furnace. But I had one question. I think when they adopted this here the last time, a while back when I was here, it was to cover the interest on one of the $40 million loans that we'd done for the police station and what have you. Is that still kind of what they're using that increase for? And my question is that I think we've borrowed some other money too. What have we done to actually catch those interest payments and then once again the principal on that? But that's kind of what I'm interested in. I'm interested if we're still doing what we proposed it for in the first place. I think that's what it was back when I listened last time. I think.
Yes, sir. Well, we can't answer any questions right now, but what we'll do is we'll note this down, and when we get to the agenda item, that's when we'll be able to ask and answer those questions.
Okay.
Yep. Thank you, sir. Appreciate you being here tonight. Second call for anybody wishing to speak on the subject of this public hearing. Third call for anybody wishing to speak on the subject of this public hearing. Hearing none, we will close the public hearing at 6:24 p.m. Next, we have public comments. We have 4 comments that were submitted in writing. Those will be added as a part of the public record. We now have individuals that have signed up here to speak tonight. So I will read off your name, and then if you can please come forward, state your name and address for the record, and then you will have 3 minutes to speak. During this time is not a time for council to answer questions. It's a time for us to listen and to hear the feedback that you have on whichever agenda item you are looking to speak. The first individual signed up to speak tonight is April Beeler San Miguel. April, if you can just please come forward and state your name and address for the record. You have 3 minutes. Thank you for being here tonight.
Hello. My name is April Beeler San Miguel. This is my son Avery. We live at 5818 Masters Road, and we're here to speak on the ordinance for TNR. A couple of months ago, our cat disappeared off of our property. We used to drive around and we would look for him just to make sure that our cat was not laying on the side of the road dead somewhere. 2 weeks later, our cat showed back up, missing part of its ear and had been neutered. Last Wednesday, Lorraine posted a post on Facebook thanking Basu for the program that Manvel has for TNR. And of course, I began to ask questions, who's in charge of this? Who's responsible for this? Who neuters the cats? Who traps them? And then who releases them? Because it's supposed to be for stray cats. And yet somebody went onto our property, took our cat, his cat, trapped it, pretty much butchered it, and then 2 weeks later just dumped it back onto our property. So with this, I would really like to know who is in charge of doing this. Like, who trespasses onto a property, steals somebody's property, mutilates somebody's property, and then throws it back like it's garbage, messed up. If I were to get an attorney right now and have that attorney try to find out who did all of this and hold somebody responsible for it, would it be the trapper? Would it be the rescue center that mutilated the cat and just abandoned it back where they picked it up from? Would it be the city that let these people just destroy our cat. This is actually what they sent back to us. This cat was so pretty. He was fat, both ears looked beautiful. Now half an ear, and he just lays around. He does nothing. Who gets to pay for what my son went through for 2 weeks because somebody decided that it was their right to go onto private property and take somebody's cat? And no, the cat does not leave the property. The cat stays on the property. Most of the time, the cat is inside. So, I mean, you just broke, what, four laws to get to this point where you just stole his cat and mutilated his cat. And we're supposed to say, okay, this is a good thing, let's do it to all these other cats? I just think that this ordinance is not good. Sorry, time's up. Thank you.
I appreciate you sharing that tonight, April, and I'm sorry that you and your son experienced that. Next, we have Julie Bradley. Julie, if you can come forward, state your name and address for the record, and you have 3 minutes. Thank you for being here tonight.
Hello. Hi, Julie Bradley, 8102 Scott Avenue, Manvel, Texas. I'm here about the animal ordinance. I did hear that, which I was hoping to go to, but I was working, but there was a group that met with a group of you guys to work on this. And I heard the meeting went really, really well as far as communication. But when we got the copy of what you guys sent back out, it's not what was discussed. So, I mean, I wasn't there, so I'm not going to talk about that. But I will mention a few things because other people will mention it since I wasn't there. But there's a few things in this animal ordinance that is quite, a little bit confusing. And if it's confusing to me, it's going to be confusing to everybody. So, again, things need to be worked on this ordinance. And hopefully, after a few more people talk, you guys will also be given a little more direction and help with that because I know there's a lot more written down than what I have. First of all, also, actually, let me mention this one first because it's, you guys that are on the, where is it here? Okay. As far as, there's an item in here that says, any individual registered as a foster for operating a 501c recognized animal rescue affiliate organization within the city of Manvel who rescues. Okay, well, let me just cut this down. Let me just sum it up because I'm not going to read all this. Basically, it says in there that if you were basically in the suburbs, less than an acre, and you have between cats, dogs, whatever animals, more than 7 dogs or cats or mix, that is not, you can't have any more than that. Okay, and then it does go down there that if you are affiliated a foster or rescue, then you need to go down, get a permit, get checked out and stuff, and then you can have more. First of all, I thought the limiting of animals was going to be taken off the animal ordinance when we first started talking about it. Second of all, I think that's very wrong. The mixture of 7 cats or 7 dogs or whatever is not that bad. I don't know. I mean, I've had in the past a ton of different animals. And I think I mentioned once before, I was a foster mother. And to get approved, you have to have your house approved by a lot of people. And when they saw the list of animals that I had, they were like, I don't know, let's go check out the house. And you know what they did? They approved me because I took care of my animals. And so to judge a book by a cover, no, you're doing that. Okay, so that's just one thing in there. But again, we thought that wasn't going to be in there, and you shouldn't be limiting people to what animals they have on their property. If there's a problem, then that's when the officers get involved or someone gets involved, and it doesn't matter if you have property or not. Anyways, there's more in which I can go through here, but I'm out of time. And there's more people that are going to be speaking more to what happened in the meeting as far as talking, and the conclusion is not what we expected, but there is more direction for you guys. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Julie. Appreciate you being here tonight. Next, we have Cindy Guire. Cindy, if you can come state your name and address for the record, and then you have 3 minutes to speak. Thank you for being here tonight.
Good evening. Cindy Guire, 8925 Briarcrest, Manvel, talking about the animal ordinances, like a lot of us. I'd like to thank the city for the opportunity. It's been a very interesting and extremely learning experience. I would like to thank Captain McLean for all his hard work and his patience. We know going into this that we would not be getting everything we asked for. We thought we'd be seeing a draft before it went to staff. Unfortunately, that did not happen. I'd like to point out a few things that we asked for. Reordering of the ordinance into a more logical order. We also asked for the state statutes to be noted where applicable. In my professional opinion, I have formatted and read proposals for years. This document would do well with a cold eye review. A few typos of note, page 2. Capture on animals, to capture, it's defined as an uncaptured wild living creature does not apply to an uncaptured wild living creature or livestock animal. So a captured wildlife creature then becomes an animal once he's captured. Page 6. We have trap and neuter and return, means a program. Page 7, we have 2 of them, I believe, on page 7, maybe it's just the one. On nuisance animal, number 5, the following things. I don't think these are things. Then B, on page 8, the failure of a caretaker of any animal which shall die. That should probably be just dies. And then page 20, the restriction of unsterilized dogs and cats ends with an or. It's missing the rest of its section. A few things that I find that are missing, just a few, are animal cruelty, on any type of animal cruelty. And I was disappointed that there was nothing on the discussion after we had a very long discussion on commercial hobby breeders and having them register with the city. If you want to stop hoarding, start with the breeders. And there's nothing in here about breeding. There is a state law on it, but it is limited. The city can come in behind it and put a little more onto that. I hope you consider tabling this ordinance and giving it more time to be worked on. It would be greatly appreciated. Have a good evening.
Thank you, Cindy. Appreciate your comments. Next, we have Lorraine Hain. Lorraine, if you can come forward, state your name and address for the record. You have 3 minutes to speak. Thank you for being here.
Hello. My name is Lorraine Hain. I live at 37 Tarabella Drive. So I'm not going to talk about how we got here, national politics, all that stuff. So this, I was in the room where it happened, quoting Hamilton, and all of us together, and like I said, I explained to McLean that this is far bigger than any of us. I mean, we would all like to think that it's just 4 or 5 of us just kind of sitting around, messing around with this, but it grows to so many other foster groups. We're looking at 60, 70 people, 5 or 6 different groups, couple of counties, and a lot of cities, because anytime somebody needs help here, we reach far and wide. And so everybody is vested. All of these stakeholders, they come from everywhere. And so McLean did ask, thank you very much for your patience and all of the hostility we had in that room. He did ask, that we wanted to keep it towards the city, but the reason why it's important that people from all over the place who do this kind of come in here and give input is because they're helping us. And they don't help us on the taxpayer dollar. They help us on donations that come from all over the place to do all of the things that need to be done to take care of those animals. And the 68 animals later of those few months, nobody paid for any of that. None of y'all did. None of us did. That was us, people who donated to do various things. And so I'm with Cindy that a tabling is necessary. If not, throw the whole thing away. And I'll tell you why. Because, I went out on social media, and the only reason why I went to social media is because it got there first. You put it there first. That's what you wanted to do. Y'all have a prerogative to do that. Well, the mayor did. No problem. We're irritated that we didn't even see it. We saw it 2 hours later after everybody else saw it. We didn't get input. 7 hours later, lots of input, great passionate input from people who are the smartest in the room in their area. Nah, never mind. This is what we're going with. It was disheartening, to say the least. And we don't really blame staff for that. It was somebody else's decision to do that. And they had every right to do that. That's fine. But I'm sure that you guys would have liked to see or know that we had some more discussions. Where did all of this come from? Why did we not get closer to the goal? What else can we work on? Because it was a very good discussion. So now here we are, a little irritated, wondering where this is going to go and whether we're going to get anywhere. And back at the very front is, you tell us how to save the taxpayer money. You tell us What we're doing is for free, and now you guys are going to try and tell us, no, we have to kind of go in there and make sure you're doing it right. So I'm really urging you right now, table it, put it aside. It doesn't even matter if it fails when we go to the 1997 version, because that doesn't mention foster, it doesn't mention rescue, it doesn't mention TNR. And TNR is state protected. It is, and it's a very specific kind of community cat. No, we don't go onto people's property and take care of cats, can't do that. We don't even do that with dogs that are chained to trees, you're not allowed to do that. So please table it, just put it aside, let us go back to the table and finish what we're supposed to do. We're happy to do it. Thank you.
Thank you, Lorraine. Next, we have Tim Black. Tim, if you could state your name and address for the record. Thank you for being here tonight.
I get to do all three of them at the same time that I put on there?
Yes, sir, all three at the same time. You got three, so try to do a minute each.
I'm Tim Black still. Y'all heard from them. They're disgruntled. They went through the process and they enjoyed the process. It was good, but then to turn around and not get what they thought, I think that what Lorraine just said, to table this is what was told to us to begin with. I still don't understand the urgency to get it done as quick as they are as they're doing it. Having said that, I think under the circumstances, if you want to bring this community together, be a good show of faith. I have other things I wish to talk about too, but what you need to do on that, in my opinion, is what y'all said you would do in the first place twice, is that you would table it and give everybody the opportunity to fix it. I know that y'all went through a lot to do that, very appreciated, but as you see, the end result is not where, you got to get them to where they're semi-happy at least. I mean, that was the whole point, and I think you should slow that down and table it like we discussed and were told the first couple times. Having said that, I'm letting them do that. They know more about what's best for everybody on the rescue than I do. But I do have other issues. I know y'all are trying to pass some stuff on lighting. I am a master electrician. I have some issues with that. I live on 15 acres. It's lit up like a Christmas tree. It may not even affect me, but I am curious how y'all did it. What are the foot candles coming off your property? Does anybody know how high it has to be? Does anybody have any idea how to measure light here that knows what actually I do? And I'm curious what the real rules are. Is it going to be up to somebody that says, hey, them lights are making me where I can't see the stars? You know what I mean? How are they going to come to an understanding as to what is light pollution and what's not? And y'all may already have those rules. I don't know. I haven't seen that yet, but I'd like to see that. And then also on where y'all are talking about, I think started on Airbnbs with, I still have interest where y'all are talking about who can and cannot live on our property and what relation and this or that, who they're taking care of. I had issue with that. I understand that you don't want people to have multifamily living on their place if it's not, but there's already rules for all of that. You already can't do that. You know what I'm saying? There's already ways to stop that. But I am curious as to what would be the plan would the city at some point, technically the way I listen to it, they might even kind of, the way it was written, other than, all of these things have one thing in common. They have dollars attached to them. The lighting and from my understanding, the housing deal both had $2,000 a day while you're in violation while somebody figured out whether you were in violation or not. I've been through that before in another state, and we ended up winning that, but everything that they tried to say was wrong wasn't wrong, technically, because we went through that. But I want y'all to talk about that. I want to be able to fix those. Those are things that I feels like people are putting their will on us strictly because we need tax dollars to pay payroll for City Hall because our tax base isn't big enough to cover it yet, which that's where I started with you guys on the purchase of this property back here and different things on how we're spending money. I would love to sit down and figure some of that out. It's all fixable, and I'm not mad or nothing, but it's something that needs to be fixed other than just trying to figure out how to get more money out of everybody. And I'm not saying that's all that everybody's doing, but it has a lot to do with some of this. And I'd like to fix that in a different way. There's lots of ways to fix money.
Thank you, Tim. Appreciate that. Next, we have Cindy Cortinas. Miss Cindy, if you can come forward, state your name and address for the record, and then you have 3 minutes to speak. Thank you for being here.
Hi, everyone. I'm Cindy Cortinas, 7204 Carpenter Road in Manvel. And I, too, wish that it wouldn't have gone to social media, that we would have gotten the draft from Captain McLean so that we could have reviewed it with him prior to this. And I appreciate Sherman and Kristen and Captain McLean as well for the 7 hours that we spent together doing this. I do still have some concerns about the ordinances. The one is the regulation of rescues, where if they don't sign an agreement with the city or buy a foster permit, then do y'all not want them to help? I mean, I'm just asking a question. I mean, they have hundreds of people a day that call them and ask for help, and they help them with no strings. And that's what, we want to continue doing. Another thing is the TNR program. It is not a city-run program. I know that's just for the record. It is run by rescues, and they get funding, grant money, donations, and all to do this. So when a cat is trapped and they're taken to what's a place called All Cats, they do scan them for a microchip prior to doing any kind of surgery. And they are protected by House Bill 3660, where it's a defense to prosecution for fixing community cats. So there's a lot more I could say about that, but I can tell you this: the cats that I have trapped in the city of Manvel, because I got a call from Sherman about people that were complaining about stray cats on their property, and I went over and talked to them with Sherman there, trapped the cats, put a trap out, trapped the cats, took them to All Cats, Office 610 in Stella Link. They scan them for a microchip, they vaccinate them, they tip their ear, and then they're released right back out as this House bill tells us to do that. So they're, health checked. So they are healthy when we put them back out there. If they're not, then I get a phone call, and whatever that animal needs medically, then that's out of my pocket personally, and I do that. So I've had them call me before. This cat's sick. It needs 5 days of rest after this, and it needs an antibiotic shot. That's $75. Okay, let's do that. So that's the way the TNR program works. And I'm passionate about that. It helps the community, spaying and neutering those cats so there's no more babies. So thank you all for your time, and I hope that we can have more time to talk later.
Thank you, ma'am. Next, we have Madison Everett. Madison, if you could just come forward, state your name and address for the record. You have 3 minutes to speak. Thank you for being here.
Hi there, Madison Everett, 4336 Turnbridge Court. Okay, a couple things. I'm going to try to run through this really quick. I am speaking on the animal ordinance. There's a couple of things missing from this ordinance, and that's including cruelty to animals, poisoning animals, abandoning animals, display or sale of died animals. We're talking like the live baby chicks during Easter. Fighting animals, trapping animals in an unlawful way, and the sale of dogs or cats for medical research, just to touch on a few things that are not in this ordinance. Overall, this ordinance is unorganized, it's repetitive, it's conjugated, it's too long in certain areas, specifically the dangerous, vicious, menacing dog section. I mean, I think we went on for like a couple pages there. We're not really needed. We should default to the state law when it's appropriate within this ordinance instead of just having it implied. It should be written out. I also want to touch on TNR. I am pro TNR. Nobody's cat would be trapped, neutered, and released if that cat was already neutered or if that cat was microchipped. So that's just easy solve. You don't want your cat to be trapped, then have it microchipped. Done. Additionally, animals confined in a vehicle. We should talk a little bit more about that. It needs to specifically say something about animals trapped in a vehicle without ventilation. I don't think if I want to run into the gas station real quick for 30 seconds to grab a water bottle and my car's on with my dog in the car, that should be against the law. So something along the lines like, of course, we don't want dogs in cars that are turned off in the middle of summer without the windows down or something along those lines. But it needs to have some kind of writing there. And like you can look at the state of Florida, they have laws regarding this in their state law, and it specifically talks about ventilation and imminent threat. So thank you.
Oh, I was not unmuted. Thank you so much, Madison. Appreciate you being here. Next, we have another Miss Everett that has signed up to speak. Thank you so much for being here tonight. If you could state your name and address for the record, and then you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Shelley Everett. I'm at 4332 Turnbridge in Manvel, and I am with Lucky Cow Ranch and Rescue. And one of our rescue's platforms is to educate people on spay and neutering. We strongly feel that we need to reduce the amount of homeless animals in our area. Texas is in a crisis. All shelters and rescues are full of homeless animals. Now, how do we do this? 1, spay and neuter. 2, TNR. 3, no hobby breeders. 4, no selling of animals. 5, no dumping of animals. First, a female cat can have up to 5 litters a year. Each litter can produce 2 to 10 kittens per litter. The Humane Society of the U.S. says that one female and her offspring produce over 400,000 kittens in a 7-year period. That's a lot of cats. We don't have room for them. We can't afford to feed them. We need to reduce those kittens before they're born. We assisted in the Sedona Lakes TNR program, and basically we went in, we trapped the animals with permission on people's property. We scanned them for chip. We tested them for leukemia. If they were healthy, they were vaccinated and sterilized. Then they were rehomed. If they were kittens or friendly, we were able to rehome them in homes. We also rehomed cats to barns. The other cats were returned where they were trapped, and they they were actually returned back to being community cats. The benefits of TNR are that it keeps cats out of shelters, which reduces euthanasia, reduces overcrowding in shelters, and it also improves healthy cats in our community. So if you're going to have community cats, we want them to be healthy, and we don't want them producing more. Basically, it's free because rescues and citizens are covering all these costs. And I can proudly say that after 6 months, we have not had a single kitten litter in Sedona Lakes. All right, the next few topics are related, but there is a difference between hobby breeding and a reputable breeder, and I think that needs to be kind of covered. Breeder is one that is licensed usually by the state, the USDA, AKC, etc. It's for specific purpose, hunting dogs, dog show dogs, etc. A hobby breeder is an individual that lives in your neighborhood that has cute puppy or cute dogs, and she has 4 females, and she's breeding them at the rate of each one of them a year, each of her 4 dogs per year. And that is what a backyard breeder or a hobby breeder is. And we would like to see no breeding in the city. And therefore, then we would not have them being sold in the city, whereas it goes hand in hand. And then the reason being is that these animals, if they are not adopted out when they are young, they are usually surrendered in whole litters to rescues or to shelters, and they are also dumped. And that has become a huge problem. If you're on social media or in rescue, you see it every day, multiple times a day. Creating this ordinance to address these things will not only reduce the amount of homeless animals, but it also gives our animal control the ability to enforce and fine, which will eventually help eliminate this problem. And so I hope that you'll take that in consideration when you're voting on this. We do appreciate you for allowing us to have this time. We appreciate our ACOs and Captain McLean for meeting with us. We did feel it was very productive. I enjoyed learning from each of them and their opinions and where they're coming from on this. And I thought it was a successful meeting. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I appreciate your comments. The last person that we have signed up to speak tonight is Mr. Adrian Gaspar with his bionic knee. So, Mr. Gaspar, if you could state your name and address for the record. You have 3 minutes tonight, sir. Thank you for being here.
Adrian Gaspar, 8317 Cook Road. I want you guys to know that you guys are doing an awesome job, a lot better than the old administration. They complain about you, The old administration was doing stuff in the middle of the night, around the holidays when people were not paying attention, just because they want to pass stuff and increase the fees and stuff like that. So I wouldn't worry about some of the negative comments. I lived here almost 30 years now, and you guys are one of the best of the best. On the animal ordinance, I think you guys didn't go far enough on restrictions, especially on the animals. Somebody living in a dwelling on a cookie cutter lot in a subdivision that's got 2 dogs of their own, and then they pick up another 7 cats and 7 dogs, they're going to be a nuisance to the neighbors. So I think you guys really think about that, to restrict them, have them register with the city, the same way like if somebody rents their house that they bought in a subdivision and they rent it to somebody, they got to register it with the city under the city ordinance, who the renter is and who's living there. What really ticks me off is that the person who stirs this pot, been on this council for 9 years, was a city councilman, 6 years as mayor pro tem. If they were so smart, or she was so smart at the time, why didn't you fix this problem while you're here almost a decade? Why do you try to come here and stir the pot and aggravate everybody because you don't get what you want? I really think she's still butthurt because she didn't win the last election. To me, the only thing I can say is, or comparisons I can say is, she's like Kamala Harris. Now that she's running for president, she knows how to fix the economy, but when she was vice president, she always broke the vote to make the economy go even worse. So I really don't get it. If you're that smart, fix it while you're here, but you're not here no more. I find you guys to be more professional, and I think I'll leave it in your hands. Thank you. Hey, and I left time for you.
Thank you, Mr. Gaspar. I appreciate that. Having no more public comments, Tammy, we're good? Okay. So we will now move on to our city manager update. Manager Dan, we'll let you follow that.
Always love to follow Adrian. Thank you, Mayor. On August 1st, we met with TxDOT and CNR3 Drainage District to discuss some drainage concerns along Mississippi, specifically Mississippi and Highway 6. And we had our monthly meeting with CNR3 last week, and they let us know that they actually performed the surveying work along Highway 6 and did find some high spots, as we had mentioned to TxDOT and the Drainage District. And then if you've noticed that today, TxDOT has gone through and cleaned out the ditch on the north side of Highway 6 from Mustang Bayou all the way back up to Mississippi. So very excited to see that. I think Robbie's crew is going to visit with TxDOT to see if they'll let us go ahead and jet out those culverts too, because there's also some sediment in the pipes themselves. But anyway, I wanted to share that with you because that was a big success. We had a couple of council members in that meeting as well. So that was the first one. The second one, I want to let you know that the disaster declaration E2024-R26 that was approved on July 7th expires tomorrow. So permits and fees and everything will return to normal after Hurricane Beryl. The third one is another exciting one. Scenic Texas is going to recognize the city of Manvel on October 10th. So if you're going to be at the TML conference, hopefully one of y'all can be there to accept that award. It's going to open up some opportunities for us, not only having Scenic Texas actually, on some of our literature and on the website and whatnot, but potentially some grant opportunities there as well. So I'm very excited. Thanks to Elaine for doing all of the legwork on that. And Robbie is going to give us a quick updates on the streets. As you can imagine, the weather has not been our friend on updating streets. But Robbie, you want to let them know where we're at?
Yes, sir. Good evening, Council. So right now we're currently working on Gutierrez Street. We should be completed with that by the end of this week on that, as far as asphalt go. We've already completed 3 of the smaller streets, the gravel roads, which was Spillane, Loudon, and Maywall. And then we also have Brazoria County that moved in, and they done started on Wilson. and they should have that completed by the end of next week. And then they'll be moving to Charlotte Street once they get done with the Wilson. It's just been the weather kind of setting us back a little bit, and then we had a couple of equipment failures and stuff like that. But weather permitting, I think we should end up finishing phase 1, I say, probably by Thanksgiving of this year.
And just as a reminder, Council, so phase 1 was the conversion of all the gravel roads to asphalt roads. So I think there were almost a dozen altogether. So they were making had a good pace going until the weather came. But the last thing I wanted to just remind you of trunk or treat coming up on Friday, October 25th from 5 to 7, and that's going to be here again, Tammy?
Yes.
That's it, Mayor.
Great. Thank you, Manager Dan. Before we move on to the consent agenda, one thing to let the public know, you'll see this handy-dandy QR code that staff added to the front of your agenda. You can scan that QR code, and it takes you to the packet that we have posted on the city website. This was something that Dan, Tammy, and the team came up with, and it allows you to see all the documents that we are viewing as we make those publicly available before each meeting. So we now have the consent agenda. There's one item that I would like to make a motion that we remove it from the consent agenda, and that is Resolution 2024-R-28. Do I have a second? We have a second from Councilman Bonner. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion to remove passes unanimously, 7-0. Next, we have the consent agenda. Do I have any comments or questions as it relates to the consent agenda? Hearing none, do I have a motion?
I'll make a motion.
We have a motion to approve from Councilman Oplager. Do I have
I'll second that.
We have a second from Councilman Hudson. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion passes unanimously, 7-0. We now have the item that was removed from the consent agenda, which is Resolution 2024-R-28. We discussed this during our workshop. Council, I have a motion to make for this when we're ready. Just want to see, staff, is there any additional information that you guys would like to provide at this time? No? Okay. Any comments or questions from council? Okay. So I will make a motion to approve resolution number 2024-R-28, amending section 2 to reflect the fire protection and prevention September 18th, 2023 fee schedule. Do I have a second? Second. We have a second from Councilman Bonner. All those in favor? All those opposed?
Now, that's the fire.
Yeah, what that's doing is that's...
Not the fee schedule.
Correct. So what this is doing is this is allowing us to approve the fee schedule, keep the fire and safety as it was, and then we will have that piece on our next agenda to discuss during that meeting.
The fee schedule.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Yep. Okay, so let's do that vote again. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion passes unanimously, 7-0. Thank you, Councilman Oplager, for bringing that item to our attention. We now have the regular agenda. This is consideration and possible action to approve on first reading ordinance 2024-0-40. We covered this during the workshop. Dan, Rosie, anything else to add for this item? Nope. Hearing. Okay. Council, any comments or questions? Do I have a motion for this item?
I'll make a motion to approve.
We have a motion to approve from Councilman Hudson. Do I have a second? We have a second from Councilman Oplager. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion passes unanimously, 7-0. We now have agenda item number 2. This is consideration and possible action to approve on first reading ordinance 2024-0-38. Dan?
I just wanted to make mention, so this is to approve on first reading this ordinance. So this, correct me if I'm wrong, Bobby and Tammy, this does not require a second reading? Correct. Okay. So this is obviously our budget, and it includes, you'll see in the caption there, this includes SMDA, MEDC, all of the other components of the overall budget that you have in your document. The budget document itself is substantially the same as it was on August 1st, just updated the numbers over the last several weeks of expenditures.
Thank you, Manager Dan. Any comments or questions from council? Okay. Okay.
And this is a roll call vote.
This is, yep, I got that started right there. So just one item, just of a clarification. This was brought up, I think, during the public hearing. The water reclamation facility, the funding for that isn't being paid out of property tax. That is coming through some of the EDC funding and sales tax. That's coming through the fees that the new growth is paying. Our property tax rate isn't being set based off of that.
No, sir, it is not.
Okay. But the property tax has been set because you have the M&O portion, you have the INS portion. The INS is based off of previous debt that was issued from City Council.
Exactly.
Okay. Thank you for that. Well, Council, this will be the first time since 2019 that I'll be voting in favor of a budget. So kudos to everybody for their efforts in making that happen. It's been a long time coming, and I'm not easily convinced to vote for a budget. And so you guys did a good job convincing me to vote for it. So I appreciate everyone's hard work. I think the schedule and the process worked as we wanted it to. We had discussion, public feedback, presentations, a lot of opportunities for council to weigh in, and I appreciate everyone's efforts in doing that. So I will make a motion to approve. We'll get a second, then we will do the roll call vote. So I'll make a motion to approve on the first reading ordinance 2024-0-38. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
We have a second from Mayor Pro Tem Sarmiento. We'll start down this way. Councilman Bonner?
Aye.
Councilman Lance?
Aye.
Councilman Oplager?
Yes.
Councilman Perry?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Sarmiento?
Yes.
Councilman Hudson?
Yes.
And then I am a yes as well. Motion passes unanimously, 7-0. Next, we have, and Tammy, is this the one that I have to read out the motion specifically, or that's going to be number 4? 4, okay. So agenda item number 3, consideration and possible action to ratify the property tax increase reflected in the 2025 fiscal year budget that was just adopted that raises more property taxes than the fiscal year 2024 budget. Manager Dan?
So this is the one that always seems backwards. So now we're ratifying the tax rate that was associated with the budget that we just approved. So it's the tax rate, just to say it again, allowed is 56 cents.
Okay. Any comments or questions from council? Just a question, just as a clarification. So the property tax is staying the same. And with the 10% homestead exemption that we are applying, the average Manvel resident should see a tax rate or a tax payment decrease. But the way that this reads is because of the growth that we're seeing, we have more property tax revenue coming into the city because of that growth. Is that a correct
That is
assessment?
correct.
Okay. Thank you. I just wanted to make sure to clarify that. So for anybody that looks at this, I want to make sure that there's no confusion there. So thank you for that. Okay. Do I have a motion for this ratification? We have a motion from Councilman Bonner. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
We have a second from Mayor Pro Tem Sarmiento. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion passes unanimously, 7-0. Next, we have consideration and possible action to approve on first reading ordinance 2024-0-39. Manager Dan? And this will be another roll call vote.
So this is this is the ordinance to actually adopt the tax rate of 56 cents.
Sounds good. Council, any comments or questions? All right, we have a very specific motion here that is dictated by state law. It's a little confusing, but we will go ahead and read it nonetheless. I'll make a motion that the property tax be increased by the adoption of a tax rate of 0.56000, otherwise known as 56 cents, which is effectively a 10.40% increase in the tax rate. The tax rate consists of 0.31702631.7026 cents for maintenance and operations, and 0.242974, 24.2974 cents for debt service as reflected in ordinance 2024-0-39. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Second from Mayor Pro Tem Sarmiento. We'll start at this end this time. Councilman Hudson?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Councilman Perry?
Yes.
Councilman Oplager?
Yes.
Councilman Lance?
Yes.
Councilman Bonner?
Yes.
And I am a yes as well. So motion passes unanimously, 7-0.
Can you just say something?
Yep, Mayor Pro Tem?
It just sounds creepy, the way it says raise taxes, but just to be on the safe side, that social media or somebody doesn't go in and say you guys adopted a higher rate. The rate stays the same. everything stays the same. We're just essentially receiving more funds because of the taxes. Okay. So we'll make sure that's clarified.
All right, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. We will now move on to agenda item number 5. This is consideration and possible action to remove from the table and approve the first of 2 readings of ordinance number 2024-0-26. What we will do is, you're going to present for us tonight. Fantastic.
Okay.
Please, well, Dan, do you want to introduce it, or do you want to have Miss Ellie or Joe's? Hot potato.
Just as a refresher, so council has seen this item before. It was actually tabled on July the 1st. PD&Z did forward a recommendation, a positive recommendation back in June. Council, I guess the first time council tabled it is because the applicant wasn't here, and then you tabled it again with some questions. So the applicant, I believe, is here tonight to help answer some of those questions.
Yes.
And if you hadn't met Ellie Rubosh, she's our associate planner, and she'll be presenting tonight.
Good evening, everyone. As Dan mentioned, this specific use permit requested in June, and it was presented in June 24th with PD&Z meeting, and they approved it conditionally with 5 conditions. Then it has been represented in 2 council meetings, and council members tabled it twice. Staff recommendation was conditional approval. They provided revised documents and additional documents Friday, and based on those, it seems that they were in contact with TxDOT, and they relocated building and they moved it from the back to the front, and they removed the pond to the back, and also they increased the number of parking lots from 26 to 51. They decided to have 1 floor instead of 2 stories. And they were in contact with TxDOT about the left turn lane from Highway 6 to the property. Applicant has consulted with traffic engineer, and also they submitted civil drawings to TxDOT. These are the things that they mentioned in the email that they sent on Friday. As we mentioned, PD&Z approved this specific use permit request conditionally with 5 conditions. Condition 1 is the facility is permitted to be open for 24 hours. All waiting and or lobby areas shall maintain an unobstructed view from the outside. 3, all doors shall remain unlocked and accessible during normal business hours. 4, all dry detention ponds shall have a minimum 15 feet of maintenance berm around all sides of the pond, unless the engineer criteria manual deviation is approved for less than 15 feet of dry detention, because the previously site plan that they provided showed 10 feet. And 5th condition, all development requirements must be satisfied during the permitting process. And please note that since they provided all revised or additional documents on Friday, staff didn't have enough time to review it, to revise the recommendation or add additional conditions to the conditional approval. And applicant is here. They provided presentation. They want to present it, and they're here to answer to your questions.
Okay, thank you, Ellie. A quick question for you before we bring the applicant up. Would staff's recommendation at this time, based off of the new information that came to light on Friday, be to postpone this so that way staff can have more time to review it, or is your recommendation still stay the same from the previous submittal?
Mayor, correct me if I'm wrong, team, but I believe we're up against a timeline, aren't we? The 90 days?
Yes. They have to present today because since they started to put it in the PD&Z, they have 90 days to have a second hearing.
So I think we need action tonight is what we're saying. Is that correct?
That is my understanding too, that since it was tabled, it has to come to the council for an action within so many days. And
So for the tabling, I'm sorry, so if the second reading were past 90 days, that's where the 90 days comes in. But for the first reading, for the sake of keeping it as a live item, it's been right at that 90 days, so we put it on this agenda. The action could be to postpone it for an indefinite time, not table, postpone it for a time frame, or fail it or approve it at the first reading point. And then the second reading definitely has to be within 90 days if they're going to go back to the drawing table and make any changes between the first and the second reading.
Okay, so what is staff's recommendation then?
based on the history and based on the new information, what staff, the applicant might discuss or present, if the council is comfortable taking an action of approval with condition, which was PD&Z's recommendation, staff is fine with it. But if you have further questions of staff to look at what changes are provided, the submittal coming in Friday didn't give us enough time. So at that point, our recommendation would be postpone it to a specific date. But based on what they are proposing, based on the information they have, and the additional information mentioned in the report that was received by one of the law firms that's included in the packet. If you're comfortable approving it, staff is okay with that action as well.
Okay. Okay, thank you for that. We'll have the applicant come forward for their presentation, and then we'll open it up to council comments and questions. So while that's handed out, Joe's a quick question. So this is what was submitted to you guys on Friday that you haven't had a chance to dive into yet?
That is correct.
What time on Friday was it submitted?
I'm not 100% sure. Ellie, do you remember? Yeah, it was afternoon.
Okay, so after City Hall office is closed?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you.
Oops, I think I might have pushed the wrong button. Thank you so much for having us tonight. We are very excited about this project. My company, Green Window Group, is a boutique healthcare development company that specializes in licensed healthcare development. We have a team of project managers, clinical consultants, IT consultants, and construction experts. It was an interesting beginning to the council meeting today, where we had two proclamations discussing the importance of healthcare, ER malformation and breast cancer awareness. So this is kind of germane to everyone's interest in making sure that you have access to healthcare. We've broken up, we listened to all of the comments, and our team went back to the drawing board, and we divided the comments up into 3 sections. We're going to talk a little bit about the team that we've put together. I've introduced myself. Our architect is Stephen Wang with BB&W. He's here tonight.
Our general contractor is O'Donnell Snyder. Corey Burkhalter is here tonight. They specialize in healthcare construction. Our landscape architect is Wong and Associates. Our civil engineer and land surveyors are Recca Engineering. He's here as well to address the civil concerns that you all had. And our MEP engineer, which is mechanical, electrical, and plumbing, is Spectrum. So at that, I'd like to bring up our physicians. Our initial meeting here on the 15th, where we had the opportunity to speak with Amir, they brought up some concerns about what is a freestanding ER, what are the patients that are seen there, how are they treated, and what are the physician qualifications. I know there were some comments about how you would treat the constituents and the people who live here in Manvel, and we want to allay any of those concerns with this presentation. And additionally, Mayor Davis, you said, make sure you read my ambulance ordinance before you come back and see me again. You'll notice that that's included in the appendix of the presentation, and we were sure to do that. So at that, I'd like to introduce the Manvel ER physicians and administrators, Amir Bashiri, Dr. Joseph, and Dr. Zachariah.
We're back again. Good evening. I was just going to quickly introduce myself. I'm Amir Bashiri. I've been a nurse for way too long, 30-something years. I've been in administrations over 20-something years. And currently, I own and operate 2 ERs, one in Conroe and one in Cypress, Texas, with my 2 partners. As you can see, I have lots of credentials that I'm not going to bore you with, but I'll be happy to answer any question after my partners.
Yes, my name is Dr. Joseph. I'm one of the founding fathers of this group. Mayor Davis, council members, thank you for allowing us to share our ideas and plan for the Manvel Emergency Room. Today, we are seeking your approval for a specific use permit to build a state-of-the-art emergency room right here in Manvel. A little bit about me. I'm an emergency room physician. I'm board certified in family medicine. I did my residency right here at UT Houston, Memorial Hermann, LBJ. I've been a doctor for about 13 years. I don't know if you can see the gray hair here. I've managed and operated emergency room throughout Texas. I have worked in various hospitals locally here as well. I have worked at Memorial Hermann, HCA, Kingwood Medical Center, Texas Women's Hospital, or Big Medical Center as well. Years ago, I met these 2 guys working in the hospital. We created our company. Collectively, we have owned and invested about 4 emergency rooms. I'm currently the medical director and owner of one of the emergency rooms in Conroe. I have worked all over Texas as well, Baytown, Bay City, Liberty, Lumberton, Galveston. I've been everywhere. So we're bringing that wealth of knowledge and experience right here to Manvel as well. I grew up in a small city like Manvel, so that's the reason we are here. Council member, our team have listened and took the city's concern from the last meeting very seriously. Based on the city's requests and concerns, we went back to the drawing board. Today, we are proud to announce we have met all your requests and your concerns. Throughout this presentation, you will see we have examples we will share with you. And council members, with your approval of a specific use permit, we will build Manvel's very first emergency room right here within the community. We want Manvel to have access to the highest quality of health care, and we will bring it right here. With no further ado, I will let Dr. Zachariah say a word.
Hello, everyone. My name is Philip, Dr. Zachariah, City of Manvel. How are you guys today? I come from Louisiana originally, graduating at LSU Emergency Medicine from Level 1 Trauma Center. As you can see, we've worked at many locations, some of the bigger, larger hospitals, Houston Methodist, where a lot of training comes. And over time, with all this experience, and also on the business side, we've been able to successfully open FECs throughout the Houston area, and we want to bring this to Manvel. Your population growth is in need of this. It's something that will definitely help the community. We've heard a lot of speakers here, a lot of passionate speakers about animal rights and care, and if they get a dog bite or your father has a chest pain in the middle of the night, we can provide that care. Our facility will be about 2 miles down the road, giving everyone easy access to where we are. So, and then all these credentials, you know, you can read them later, so that's fine.
We won't bore you. All right.
Just to go through this, and this is also for the city of Manvel, just to educate you and give you an understanding of who and what we are. Freestanding emergency rooms, like the ordinance wants, open 24 hours. Pediatrics, adults, visitors to your city, we're there for you. Anyone down that road, car accident, everyone is welcome to come see us. Obviously, you guys mentioned qualified staff. No one works in our facility with more than at least 5 years of experience, even the number of hours of just trained physicians. So we have a high quality standard for our nurses, physicians, anyone in the building. The benefits, length of stay is shorter, personalized care, get to know the community, and as always, we're very close and accessible. Now, these are the other items: access, quality, convenience, the cost, and the satisfaction. One thing that we wanted to make sure we mentioned is satisfaction. You know, everyone does not look forward to going to an emergency room because of the wait time, exposure, and our business is built on quality. If we're not providing the quality as a private business, we will not be successful. So it's a very, very close relationship with the community. And these are just some more highlight points that we pulled statistics from TAFIC. So these are actual hardcore numbers that we referred to. But just keep in mind, you know, when we open these and they are accessible for the city of Manvel, it's a big deal to know that you have something there that you can turn to. And once we're combined into the community, we're going to play a big part in your lives. So this is a big deal for us, and this would be a great opportunity we do not want to miss out on. So having a Manvel Emergency Center will have a great impact on the city. So.
The first Manvel Emergency Center.
So I'm going to talk a little bit about the economical impact of freestanding ER and Manvel ER. What does that mean for the city? It creates jobs, increases tax revenues, improves access to care, attracts new residents. I mean, most people don't look to see if how far they live from a fire department, but the insurance company does. Most people do look for the pediatrician or ER, or it's a safety thing. So it will attract new residents for you guys, and also additional revenue. As far as job creation goes, next slide, please. So FSC will create more jobs directly by hiring locals as doctors, nurses, staff members for the front desk, and indirect jobs. It's by working with other companies that are in this area, we can create more jobs for those companies, or construction and other businesses that serve us. Property taxes, sale taxes, economic activity, it really goes without saying. I mean, it's a good business that can pay its taxes. So the other, I might have said this before in my last meeting, but reduced wait time and faster treatment. If you ask me how is that helping with economy, right? Imagine your 3-year-old or 4-year-old kid has ear infection in the middle of the night, 2 o'clock. You go to a hospital emergency room. That's considered a non-urgent complaint. It's very urgent for you, but you will sit there till 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning, or maybe longer, right? So you miss that day of work. And if you're working hourly, that day of work makes a big difference. It's 8 hours. You're not going to come home at 7 o'clock and try to go to work. So you call in. I mean, just to reduce wait time and faster treatment, it's a big plus for our clients. And again, this slide shows the healthcare amenities that FEC will provide and the quality of life. Like I said, I mean, just to go back to my previous example, it will help out all the residents. And with the growth that Manvel is facing now, it increases the demand for medical needs, and FEC can actually provide that 24/7. This slide shows the growth that you have. I'm not going to talk to you about it. You guys know better than me. But I have another next slide. Another slide. This is actually regarding the last conversation we had about the ambulance ordinance. I read it a couple of times, and the team read it too. The ordinance certainly applies to private ambulance services that operate in the city. It doesn't really apply to us, but just to be safe, my team reached out to the chief of EMS, and he was very clear on the services that we provide and how we can help them and how they can help us. For example, by transferring patient from RER to a hospital for a higher level of care, that transfer service creates more money for the EMS services. And that's actually, that was done in Lake Jackson. Lake Jackson EMS, because of all the transfers that we had, they added another truck. They could afford to add another truck. So, but as far as the ordinance goes, we read it, we're aware of it, and I don't think there's that much of it that's going to apply to us.
Thank you so much. We're going to step into the second phase, which is applicable to some of the things you've already heard from the Planning and Zoning Committee. We've got our architect, Stephen Wang, our civil engineer, John English, and Corey Burkhalter. And I'm just going to highlight some of the topics that would be talked about, the civil and architectural changes that were requested. Specifically, we heard you. The turn lane was very important to the city of Manvel to ensure that there wasn't any kind of additional hazard created by those westbound vehicles that were U-turning to get back to the facility. So TxDOT has that drawing in hand. So does your P&Z. You saw that earlier in the presentation they gave. The detention pond was relocated. I know that was a concern in the last meeting, that the detention pond was in the kind of the front corner of the facility, and it was not desired there. We coupled that with the flood zone in the back, which kind of made more sense, and put the detention pond at the rear of the facility. We also moved the building completely out of the floodplain. Again, some of these things that you've heard. And we doubled the number of parking stalls. That's to, obviously, probably understand that costs a whole lot more, and that the actual parking, Stephen is going to talk about this, but we heard what you said. We wanted to make sure that you appreciated that we are working to make sure that all of the requirements are met. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Stephen and John and Corey Burkhalter.
Mayor Davis and council members, good to see you guys again. So last time we talked about, you guys were concerned about the staffing and the amount of parking. And we researched, last time we met your ordinance, your parking ordinance, but to address your concern, previously we had 26 spaces, and this new revised plan, we doubled it to 51. We did not move the TxDOT drive, so that TxDOT drive, the existing drive that's out there is still there. We're utilizing the same drive. Next slide. Oh, I'm sorry. Let me. We also relocated the building further away from the flood zone. As you recall, in the back, there was a 500-year floodplain, so we moved it to the front. That's further away from the flood zone, and we relocated the detention pond that was previously along the frontage of Highway 6 towards the back within the flood zone area.
The flood zone's indicated by the blue line on the graphic.
Right. And I'll turn over to John, the civil engineer.
Well, hi, I'm John English with the Rec Engineering. I'm a senior vice president, and we're celebrating 37 years in business. The previous projects we've done in Manvel has been your U.S. Post Office, where we redesigned from the septic to a public sewer system. Also, we've worked on a Maverick Retail Center by the high school. We've worked on the possible relocation of Manvel Seafood, and also we may have a job coming up for Manvel ESD for changing their septic system to public sewer. Anyway, this project is at a good location where TxDOT has already built an existing driveway, and it's perfectly spaced for a left turn lane. So we're proposing the left turn lane. The traffic counts are much lower for our facility than what's required for a left turn lane, but the owners want to go ahead and proceed. And then also, we are relocating the detention pond in the back. And also, we're going to also have parking lot detention, storm detention, and also we're going with the 15-foot berms with pump station. And then also, we are proposing a public water line extension as requested in our developers meeting, and a sewer line. And both, we have a package that's already been submitted to the TxDOT as far as for drainage, for for water and sewer to be bored underneath Highway 6 for connection. So the approvals that we are seeing is that the city of Manvel, as far as a permit, and also TxDOT. We've already submitted, like I said, to TxDOT. We got our comments back, and so we're addressing those comments to resubmit soon. And so we request that, so we're pretty good in progress as far as the TxDOT permit, that also would like to go ahead and get the plans submitted and approved to Manvel to start water and sewer construction. Thank you.
Mayor Davis and council members, I'll try to make it brief. So I'm one of the vice presidents and principal owners at O'Donnell Snyder Construction. I've got a little over 30 years of commercial construction experience. Our company's locally owned. Like I said, I'm one of the owners of the company. We focus predominantly in the greater Houston area. My entire career has been in the greater Houston area, focusing on healthcare construction. The team that I've selected for this project specializes in healthcare construction. They have built the ER departments very similar to this. This is what we do every single day. This is normal for us. We'll make sure that all the codes are complied with from the very beginning. We'll meet with the city planning, the permitting review department to make sure that everything is in compliance. So we understand what the intents are, along with prior and before all the inspections. And another important fact for us is we pride ourselves from a state standpoint as well, because this will require a state inspection. We pass all those on the first time. We've got over 75 state inspections in the last 10 years, and every single one of them have been passed on the first attempt. So like I said, our team's been handpicked with this type of experience to ensure that it's done on time, in budget, and as quick as possible as well. So we appreciate the opportunity.
The third section, I'm going to invite the Manvel ER doctors and Amir back up, as well as Justin Scott, to go through how we've already become a part of the Manvel environment here. We're happy to be here, and I'd like to turn it over to them so that they can talk to you a little bit more about that.
The next slide. As you can see, we are ready for this project. We truly believe in this project. So these are some of the events, activities in the community we plan to participate and be part of, such as sponsoring the Manvel High School sport activities, and also sponsoring the community events such as Touch a Track, Back to School, the National Night Out. We don't just plan to just build a building here, and we plan to be involved, active member of the community and participate as well, and also train the community how to do classes like CPR and educate them about health as well too. So I won't bore you with a whole list of things. We'll turn it over to Kristen.
I did want to point out that O'Donnell Snyder does a fabulous job of community involvement as well. So we'll anticipate a groundbreaking where you'll all be invited and you'll have the hard hats and the shovels. Media events will be there. We do what's called a topping out ceremony. If you're unfamiliar with that, when a building reaches its tallest, we set the last beam, we'll bring a tree out, a commemorative tree. And again, another photo opportunity, ability to really kind of be involved in the project and see and hear and touch and feel the things that are going on there. Additionally, we've reached out. I'm from Brazoria County. I was born here, raised here, went to school here. Additionally, my president of Green Window Group, she was the director of nursing at Alvin. So there's lots of connections here to this community, both from our team. And I hope you can appreciate that the wealth and breadth of what you've seen tonight is just a fraction of how many people have been working on this project. So we were ready at the last meeting to have a full submission of drawings. We were at the CD level. And we've really gone back to much expense to the physician group to make sure we are meeting and exceeding your expectations. Again, the grand opening and ribbon cutting ceremony, we look forward to that with all earnestness, where we'll all get to celebrate the job well done. We anticipate from groundbreak about a 12-month build. Again, you've all heard today, we've had some weather impacting your ability to repair some of the roads or improve some of the roads. We would be obviously subject to some weather conditions as well. So that's what we're looking forward to. I'm going to turn it over. Unfortunately, today we just found out some submission. Again, it was last minute, and Justin Scott's going to talk to that for you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Justin Scott. It's my honor and privilege to represent the doctors who are here to build this facility for your community. I'm outside counsel for the doctors in the group who's looking to build this facility. I'm a partner at Bradley, Arant, Bolt Cummings in Houston. And I'd like to discuss, it's our understanding that the council members received a letter, I believe it was August 30th, 2024, from a group called Thomas Developers. And I'd like just to discuss the contents of that letter and concerns we have with what we believe are baseless allegations in that letter that should be seen as a pretty transparent effort by a competitor to try to stop what you can see is a very well-developed, well-staffed, well-intentioned project for the people of this community. So just specifically, I'd like to discuss this, is that Thomas Developers is in the process of trying to recruit people to build a competing ER here in Manvel. The reason we know that is because they tried to hire Mr. Wang as their architect to build this specific project. Mr. Wang had already been engaged by my clients, and he's going to build the project for them. They also attempted to try to, in their pitch, to get people to invest with them, to lay out that they have collaboration with, this was vague, certain local officials in their email trying to get funding from people. So I would just like to discuss if there were any concerns in the contents of that letter. We've provided documentary proof in the exhibits that are attached to that letter, addressing all of the concerns. Just going through this very quickly. Mr. Bashiri formerly worked with Altus Emergency Centers, and we provided documentary proof showing that Mr. Bashiri, just like many people have, had a mutual separation from one of his employers in the past, and we hope that addresses that specific concern. There was also an allegation that my clients don't own these ERs that they represented, that they had represented to the commission. We have provided documentary proof showing that my clients own these two other ERs that they operate in Conroe and in Cypress. I don't know how many members of the council are small business owners, but you can maybe remember that when you first start a business, you have a certificate of formation, and there may be someone's name on that business, but as the business is sold, it evolves. You can see that someone else now owns the business. We provided documents to show that my clients now own those two businesses, and they're operating those businesses in those two communities here in the Houston area. So we think that addresses that specific concern.
And then finally, there was an allegation that, how is this project going to be well supported because, Mr. Bashiri may at one time have filed for benefits. I think what you can see from the level of support that this project has from architecture, engineering, construction consulting, all of the different groups, that this project is well supported. People believe in Mr. Bashiri and his team to be able to build this project. So the last thing I want to leave you with is this, is that I know that each of you are here because you are trying to serve the best interests of the citizens of this community. And as Ms. Cavanis rightly noted, I made the same note she did. The first two proclamations, Mr. Mayor, that you read tonight were talking about the importance of health care in this community. And so I think what you can see from the written submissions and what you've heard from everyone who is presented tonight is that the plans are ready to go. This project is ready to succeed. And so if the goal of this community is to have a functioning ER that's going to provide high-quality services to the people of Manvel, this project is the right project with the right support to be able to do it on the right time frame. And so what we would respectfully request is that the City Council approve this specific use permit for the Manvel ER tonight. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And what did you say your name was again?
My name is Justin Scott, and I'm an outside counsel for the Manvel ER group.
Okay, are you with the law office of Anthony Newton?
No, Mr. Newton is my co-counsel. I'm with the law office of Bradley Arant Bolt Cummings, LLP.
And we have them available if you want to speak to them.
Yeah, okay, thank you so much.
Thank you for your time.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
Are there any other questions?
Yes, we'll probably have a few questions. Not saying your presentation, sir, last time was bad, but this was a much better presentation than the last time, so it was very thorough. Staff, I know this is kind of your first time really seeing this, considering it was submitted Friday afternoon. I want to open it up to you first to see if you have any initial reactions or feedback for us based off of this presentation.
I mean, as from my perspective, the changes are welcome and they provide significant improvement from the last proposal. And even on the last proposal, this being a zoning consideration, the specific use permit is to establish the allowance of the land use. There would be further reviews in terms of their civil plans and architectural plans to make sure it meets our requirements and it's in compliance with all the ordinances that we have. So there's that step that we have in the future. So I don't see a problem with it being, I mean, it would have been great if we received it ahead of time so that we could review and come up with a better presentation from staffs and provide additional input in terms of staff. But this being just the SUP process, we are comfortable if the council is okay with the proposal to move forward.
Okay, thank you, Jose. Do we have any, Manager Dan?
Mayor, if I could just add, so in the workshop, we talked about permitted use table. And so this is a perfect example of something, this particular use requires an SUP no matter what zone it's in. So this is the right process. It's the appropriate process, I guess is what I'm saying, because there are certain nuances to this type of development, and that's why they have to do so much work up front. Ordinarily, if you wanted to put something and it was already zoned there and you could put it there, you wouldn't see all this upfront work. So that's why this one is a little bit different. And we talked about that before, but I just wanted to say it again, Mayor.
Thank you. So we'll start with Councilman Bonner, and then we'll work our way down. I'm going to top off my coffee, so excuse me for a second.
Yeah, thank you for this presentation. It was so much better than the previous ones.
Thank you.
But I have a couple of questions that I just want to make sure that I understand. You mentioned that you had discussion with the ESD3 chief, the EMS chief, and I want to know if there was any discussion on how the added business that you project will affect the current run times and response times. Did he have any concerns about that? Did you present him with any projected numbers of transfers?
Sir, I think that once we have another opportunity to meet with him, there are some parameters that we have to meet operationally, such that if we call and EMS says, hey, we're running an accident, we can't get there, that would be the only time that a private ambulance service would be engaged. So we do have a backup plan for that. And I think as soon as we understand the volume a little bit better and the community gets to know us, that's going to be a symbiotic type relationship that we have with EMS, because obviously we want to use the EMS services to bolster and supplement the.
I just wanted to make sure that you'd thought about that specific deal, because we don't want to negatively affect what the citizens are already looking at on response times and care that we get. So having 2 or 3 different services that you can call, especially depending on what the type of injury is, you don't necessarily need, you can use a true transfer service and save everybody some money.
Absolutely.
I wanted to know, both of the doctors here, and I read your brief bios, but you've both been trained in level 1 trauma. What are your requirements for the doctors that will actually be on staff? Because I'm just assuming that y'all are going to hire additional doctors. It's not one of the 2 of y'all that's always going to be there. So what's your requirement as far as their level of training?
Yeah, just as always, they need to be experienced in emergency medicine. I would put them through the same type of experience and knowledge that we have. And the lucky thing about us, we have a plethora of really good doctors and relationships. So we would get to the point where we know every physician that would walk in there. But the amount of experience is at least 5 years post-residency with emergency training.
So is there a certain certification, like Southeast Memorial's level 3, Herman's obviously 1, so you're close to level 1 traumas, and Southeast maybe 2, and this one is 3.
Yes.
But do y'all have is there a level for this type of business?
So in the freestanding emergency room, every physician is required to have ATLS certified, and you have to. Yeah, so it's a trauma certification where you train how to assess the trauma, accident, injury. And as an emergency room physician as well, you are trained to triage every patient that walked in. The minute the patient walked in, within 5 minutes, I know what I will do with this patient. A transfer, admit, discharge home. So all these physicians, currently we are hired about, 30 or 60 physicians, and all these physicians are ATLS certified and BLS. So they have all the certification, and we have to have this by law, and we have to provide that to the set regulation when they come by.
Okay. The other question is, and I'm not worried about, I really don't think if Brazoria County ESD 3 picks up a trauma patient that's level 1, they're not coming to your location. But I worry about the walk-in that really needs level 1. What is the procedure if you had to use, say, a life flight?
Yeah,
where would you land that?
So everyone comes into the emergency room, they get a medical screening exam. We see them right away. But with the years of experience, you, as well as I know, we call 911 even as we see the patient. So a lot of things can happen simultaneously. We get 911 on the phone, we stabilize the patient if they need fluids, intubation, if it's a trauma patient that needs splinting. But we don't hesitate to get the involvement if someone walks off the street and comes into our facility. And we do like to have sort of this back line if we need to call your services or the ability to reach out to you right away. So we've been in these situations before, and I think time is of the essence. So we'll be prepared.
Yes, and in the emergency room as well, we are expecting these patients to walk in. Every day I go to work, I'm expecting the worst, and we are prepared for it. And whether I'm at Memorial Herman, whether I'm at Bentab, wherever, we expect it. It's the same thing. Whether you're in the freestanding emergency room, which is a beautiful thing to have a freestanding in the community that's serving the people, where the patient can just within minutes reach the ER and see a nurse within 3 minutes, and then within 10 minutes and see a doctor and get an EKG without heart attack, or get a CT scan within 45 minutes without a stroke. We prepare for this. We have CT scan, we have ultrasound, we have everything needed in the ER, and this is not by us just choosing. It's a requirement for the ER to be 24 hours, 7 days a week, ready to go. And every time I go to work, I'm expecting the worst. That way we are prepared.
Okay, one final question.
Can I interject on that? I'm glad you brought that up, because very often, to their point, if someone does walk in talking and they are a trauma patient, and if that person went and sat in traffic for 20 or 30 minutes to try to get maybe to the closest hospital, they could possibly not make it. So you, with your vast experience knowing that, that one person, that one citizen from the city of Manvel would benefit greatly. And then you can exponentially add that to some kid at the Manvel High School cuts his leg, and instead of going and sitting in ER for 6 or 7 hours to get it stitched up, he's seen him back home to do his homework. So I just can't emphasize enough the importance of having this kind of resource. And typically, we've done hundreds of thousands of square feet, as I've told you. We are welcomed into the community, and we're part of it, and the doctors have a relationship with the folks that they save. So I just wanted to add that.
Absolutely. Yes.
What do you think as far as the transfer fees that y'all would be paying to Brazoria County ESD3? What do you think those averages as far are they?
I think that's going to be predicated, obviously, on volume. So, I mean, I think that's something that we'll definitely have an open dialogue with them about. I wouldn't want to venture a guess and then be held to that.
But it should help their bottom line too.
Absolutely. Yes, sir.
They'll be the first call.
Yes.
And like I said, if they can't support it because their buses are all out, we'll have a backup plan for 1 or 2 or 3 other
Yes.
private ambulance services.
All right.
Yes.
And I think that's all for this stage of the.
Yes, sir.
Can I ask a question? So if this is just theoretical, as the volume increases in your city and the need for these emergency services increase, would you guys increase your truck numbers if it was allowed?
See, that's the problem. The EMS isn't run by the city. It's run by the Brazoria County Emergency Service District, which is a completely separate entity. They're in the city, but they're not controlled by this council at all.
Yes.
Okay. Thanks for clarifying.
Yeah, the goal is to work with the city EMS, and if it's too much, we have a backup plan. We can, adjust.
That was the only reason I asked about it, because of the impact is to our citizens.
Yes, sir.
But it's not like we can say, well, let's add an ambulance or something. That's another taxable base that's here in the city that we don't want to negatively impact.
Yes.
Understood.
Yes.
And that's why that private ambulance service is there.
Yes.
All right.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilman.
Thank you.
Councilman Lands, do you have any questions as it relates to the SUP and the land use?
Absolutely. And I understand, Joe, we do have more time to talk down the road, but I think it is good to get some of these questions out right up front so we just make sure we all understand we're on the same wavelength here. But I appreciate y'all coming out. Y'all, it's great to see you guys in your white.
Yes, sir.
I feel better.
We were here for.
Now, there is a comment in here about the ambulance traffic transporting people out and not to bring them in to the Manvel ER facility. So that kind of has me. So are we saying that ambulances will not be bringing patients to?
To Councilman Bonner's point, if you are running a traffic accident or something like that, you're going to know the level of care. If somebody needs surgery, things like that, to go ahead and take them immediately to the higher level acuity hospital. And so that's why we don't anticipate those type of ambulances into the facility. The preponderance of the traffic for ambulances are transporting patients out.
Okay, but what if someone is at a house and they're having chest pains?
Absolutely, we have the ability for that ambulance to come.
Then then the local EMS is going to know that you're available to take this patient.
Right, and during COVID is a good example of that. So they would know which facilities could take patients, which ones had beds with oxygen, things like that. So those are communications between the facility and the EMS.
Okay.
Yes, and when let's say the ambulance pick up a patient that's having a stroke and obvious sign of a stroke, there's a designated center for stroke. The ambulance know to take that patient because you have very little time to have life intervention for a stroke patient. That patient will go to the stroke center. Let's say you have a patient that have another severe trauma or car accident, flipped over and bleeding. That patient have to go to a higher level 1 or level 2, like the gentleman was saying earlier. Those patients would not come to the freestanding emergency room. The ambulance team already know these patients need to go to the level 2, level 3, and they know where to go already. They wouldn't just bring these patients to the freestanding ER.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
So basically,
To answer your question, if the ambulance comes in, yes.
We can, yes.
Everyone that comes in.
Yes, we are obligated to see every patient that walked into the ER. We are obligated to see them, triage them, screen them, yes.
Okay.
From time to time, patients have the right to say where they want to go.
Yes, in the ambulance as well.
There'll be just a patient that walked on the street or from ambulance.
Okay.
Yes.
And like Councilman Bonner mentioned, and I don't know if we got the quiet answer on that, to say someone does come in there and then they really go south bad and they do need life flight, what would happen then?
So the normal process for that is to coordinate with EMS services, correct? Call Life Flight. As you can see, our parking lot is huge now. And they set the parameter. The bird can sit actually on, the helicopter can sit actually on our parking lot and transfer the patients.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, but it has to be coordinated, but fire and EMS.
Yes.
And we will have those coordination before we even start.
Those folks are the ones who make the call to have the helicopter
Yes.
come.
Okay.
And this happened frequently. I'm at Matagorda, and I need Life Flight, and I need to send this patient to Memorial Hermann here. Same thing. We already have that plan in place. We know who to call if it's a stroke, if it's a trauma. Yeah, we already have this the protocol in place. What to do?
Okay.
Yeah, and that's standard for the emergency room.
I have a real life example of that. My father lives in rural East Texas and was recently injured by his horses. And when he got to this hospital at Beaumont, they knew how to get him transferred back to Methodist in Houston, where they could treat his broken ribs and broken back and kidney failure and all the things that came along with that. So that's a kind of an industry-wide understanding of how that happened.
Yeah, another prime example, I had a gentleman with a gunshot wound, 20 years old, gunshot wound to the chest. We were able to intubate the patient and, stabilize the patient, did 2 units of blood transfusion, and transferred it and called Bentab and coordinate with them, and we were able to transfer the patient. Within an hour, the patient was life-flighted to Bentab and had surgery and survived. So
Okay.
this is routine for us.
Okay. Last time we met, I did have a concern over the number of employees y'all were going to have on staff at one time. I thought they were kind of low number. Have y'all discussed that anymore?
Yeah, I'll make a comment, and Amir. So at all times, 24 hours, there is a front desk clerk, a radiology tech, a nurse, and a physician. As the volume picks up, we have a threshold. We start adding medical techs, an extra nurse. Even if we have to split the physician's shifts even shorter, even mid-level. So as the volume increases, we will increase our staff, but we'll have those basic ones that are always available.
Okay.
And this is not just by us choosing, how many to have. By law, we have to have a registered nurse, an emergency room physician trained, ATLS certified, and we have to have a front desk person that will see the patient and register the patient. Now, we can add more as a volume increase, but we didn't make those numbers. We have to have them, and if we regulate it.
Okay. Well, one more question.
Yes, sir.
Your designer, your engineer?
Which one?
I think they mentioned on the detention, a pump. Are y'all going to have pump detention?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Pump detention, that's kind of a touchy subject for us, but will it have a generator backup?
We have a generator on site.
Yeah, it's for us. It's
You mean the facility?
Yes.
No, for the pump station.
Oh, pumps, okay.
But if it's required.
For the pump, the retention pond.
Yes.
We will have actually a generator that carries the entire load in our facility, except for our CAT scan machine.
Yeah.
And the generator is above the 500 year.
But we need a generator for the pump retention as well.
Well, that would be circuited into our panels, and the panel would then say, hey, if we lose power, that automatically transfers to, the transfer switch will provide energy back to that pump.
And the emergency room is already required to have a generator on site, and then we have to get it inspected every 3 months as well. Yes, we're required to have one.
Sounds like a guaranteed generator to me.
Confirm with y'all
definitely. It's
that y'all
actually
will put
on
a generator in for the pump station.
Okay.
Separate
We'll,
one.
we'll knit it into
Yes.
the generator.
Thank you so much for your,
With we talked about the MEP engineer. He does an analysis of all of what we call red plugs, all the machines that need to be on backup power, the air conditioning, all of it. And then that's how he specifies how big a gen set we need. And so with your requirement to have that pump on there, we'll make sure that gets included.
very good.
And that will get caught when we get back through the permitting review.
Sounds good. Thank y'all so much for your.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Opliger?
So, may have lost it there for a second. The pump detention, do we approve that? Does that come through us, or is that the state going to approve that? Or is that later down the
It
road?
does both. We run a civil permit through your permitting department, And then additionally, we have what requirements for the city department.
Well, there's a special process that you would have to go through for the city as well. Manager Dan, could you speak to that?
Sure.
My apologies to cut you off. I just know it's something special.
Yeah, up until recently, the city of Manvel did not allow pump detention at all. But as of the last update, I believe it was in April, in our design criteria manual. So John, just refer to the design criteria manual because it specifies exactly what we're looking for as far as how much can be involved in the pump and how much has to be gravity. It does talk about the generators, but you're going to have to not only get the city's approval, TxDOT's approval, of course, go through Ely, of course, hydrology.
And I've already submitted that.
Okay, good.
Yes, and got comments back.
Sure, yep.
Yes.
And then also through the drainage district.
Yes.
So there's requirements for all three. They're all very similar, but anyway, I think.
The thing about putting a flap gate at the outfall.
Okay.
So while it's raining concentrated and everything, water won't go back in our line
Right,
and
the
fill
check
it.
valve, yeah, understood.
Okay, all right. So now, did TxDOT approve, or is this kind of the chicken or the egg? Do we approve it and then TxDOT's going to approve something? Is that kind of the logistics?
How I experience it is that there's a scope of work that's falls on behalf of TxDOT that they have, but then there's some other civil work that TxDOT is not as much concerned with. So most of the times those permitting processes are done on parallel tracks. And so as we get comments from TxDOT, we integrate that back into the set. And as your folks and your esteemed colleagues are looking at that set, any comments you have, we add those, and those are called permit comments, and we pick up all of those, both from the TxDOT side and your side. If there's some TxDOT work that's, kind of malingering, if you will, in permit, we wouldn't do that work until it's actually fully permitted with TxDOT. But maybe some dirt pushing and things like that Corey and his team can get started on, we would love to.
Okay. All right, so, and this may be a question for Bobby, in this whole legal question here, does that involve the city, or is that between them?
Well, a lot of that has nothing to do with the zoning and the land use. A rezoning a specific use permit has more to do with compatibility with surrounding land use and our zoning ordinance than any individual employment matter with a previous employee or, the legal status of a contract. So I would say that it would be arbitrary and capricious to even be basing any zoning decision on this type of dispute.
That we just found out about today, and no due process, it seems
It was
unfair.
attached as part of the meeting files that was posted
Yeah.
online.
That's, in my mind, that's something between you.
That's right.
We apologize, yes.
And then as far as the city, right, from what I'm reading, it meets the comprehensive plan requirements and all that, so it's good to go there.
That is correct,
Yes.
but I would like to add just one point of clarification. I know we talked about a whole lot of things that was yet to come, so I just want to mention that if there's anything that you see on this proposed new site plan that is significant for your approval, we can always add that as an exhibit to the ordinance and require a condition that the layout matches what is being proposed. Similarly, the TxDOT approval, if that approval is critical to approving this project, we can include that as a condition that the approval would be received prior to construction of the facility. So it's not, we have control in terms of whether it's a chicken and egg or not.
Thank you. Mayor.
Thank you, Councilman. So just a few questions that I have. You mentioned that you received comments back from TxDOT. What were those comments back? Was it, hey, we're not going to give you the median cut? Or what were their feedback to you?
No, it was nothing like that. It was just a question as far as how we did our hydrology, as far as calculations and coefficients. And so we're addressing those. And then also about the water and sewer being bored underneath the Highway 6, they asked for a minimum cover. And so we're addressing those.
Okay, I appreciate that. Now, I noticed the civil site plan that is in our agenda packet is different than what was submitted to TxDOT. Have you updated that with TxDOT?
No, that's one thing also that for the new site plan and everything, there's a partial redesign to do, but at the same time, the concept's same and everything. And so we're going to address the redesign and also address the comments and make a resubmittal to TxDOT and just coordinate with them as far as getting their approvals or more comments.
Okay, because I would be very surprised if they give you guys a median cut, considering how close it is to the traffic light that's right in there.
It was designed that way.
It was designed, it was designed with a median cut already right there.
Well, I mean, that's how our numbers have worked out as far as that, and they've had no objection yet.
Okay, so that's how your numbers have worked out, or that's how TxDOT's numbers have worked out? Because
TxDOT numbers, as far as being a 100-foot storage place and 150 transition.
Okay. So looking at this, Manager Dan, their redesign puts their pump detention, which that is news to us tonight, actually in the floodplain. What concerns do you
No, the
immediately?
pump station will, I'm sorry, pardon me. The pump station will be located by Highway 6 as far as the pump station, but the detention pond's going to be in back.
Okay, where's that pump station reflected on the site plan?
It's not.
Okay. So Dan, with the actual detention pond being in the floodplain, knowing that it's going to be pump detention, the only one that, has really been approved within the city since the restrictions were put in place many years ago wasn't in the floodplain. As still technically our city engineer, what concerns do you have about that?
Truthfully, I mean, that's where we try and have a detention pond when we can, especially if there's any floodplain mitigation required as well, so that way they can combine them. I mean, it makes sense for them to have it at the lowest point possible, just as far as the size of the pond, as we talked about, is controlled by the outfall. So you'd love a nice deep outfall, but you hardly ever get that in this area. It's usually a shallow outfall. So the shallower the outfall, and it's just a volume calculation, length times width times height, so the bigger the pond has to be. If that makes sense. So shallow ditch, big pond, deep ditch, smaller pond. So we're way early as far as going through all those calculations, but we will definitely look at that. Conceptually, it makes sense. I mean, I would say that's where you want to put it behind everything, put it behind the building and have the pump station. I would say the pump station, of course, will have to be elevated up out of the floodplain, all the electronics and all that stuff. We've got requirements already in place for that. If they have to do an elevation certificate, for instance, it would show that it needs to be at least 2 foot above base flood elevation. So
Right now, we're looking at the northeast corner.
Okay.
And is this taken into consideration Atlas 14 as well?
Yes.
Okay.
And Mayor Davis, I also wanted to point out to his point, there's going to be lots more wax at the Pinata, and you can see hopefully how amenable we are to accepting and including any of those comments that you may have. So, during the planning and zoning, when we get into permits, anything that comes up to the city manager's point, we'll include.
Absolutely. And then I'm looking at this as well, your architectural site plan. It looks like it was drafted on June 18th of 2024 for this newest one that was submitted. Is that correct?
Yes, around about that date.
Okay. Is there a reason why this was just submitted to city staff
No, I think you misunderstood. That date was probably a legacy date. The new site plan was just generated within just since we had this last meeting. So there's a
correct.
June 18th date on the new one. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, it says the issue date for it was,
I think that was just legacy because that was
Okay.
nothing's been issued yet. That was the old stamp that was on the original plan.
okay, so it has an out-of-date stamp on the architectural site plan.
I'll let Stephen speak to that, but the architectural site plan that you're looking at on the left side of where there's fewer parking spaces is the original. And that the new site plan, we haven't actually stamped it yet, to my knowledge.
Correct. The new site plan has not been issued as in like for permitting. It does not bear my seal, my architect's seal.
We want to get a consensus here tonight for that.
Okay, because I see one in here that is in our agenda packet that says that has an issue date to Brazos Real Property Holdings LLC with an issue date of June 18th. And this is the one with the building, the one-story building on the right side.
That was just a legacy date from before.
Right.
Okay,
Yes.
okay, that just hasn't, the new date hasn't been carried over.
Correct.
So when was this one? You said this one was done after our last meeting, because the consternation that I have right now is the fact that, staff and ourselves as well are kind of trying to figure this out on the fly. And I don't ever like it when staff get something dropped in their laps on a Friday afternoon, knowing that it's been 2.5 months since we last met. And so while I appreciate Joe's and Ellie and Dan and the team, jumping to and really trying to put their brain around this is pretty significant changes. Can you speak to why the delay for 2.5 months that pushes that 90-day window that we have?
Well, first of all, I realized that the time frame might have been short. I was the one that actually sent it to Ellie. The drawings itself was actually sent before the close of business on Friday morning. We supplemented information with the presentation and all of that afterwards. We were made known that you guys closed at 11:50 on Friday. We were not aware of that, but I did communicate with her that we had material forthcoming on Friday, and so I sent her what we had in the morning and in the afternoon. In regards to your question, I mean, the redesign requires multiple iterations and study, and it's not just something that, we did not hold off. There's traffic flow, there's civil. We try to reuse the existing, drive. So we had multiple sketches but we wanted to present you one that was going to work. And so it's just a matter of the time that is required for us to thoroughly think through the process.
Okay. No, I appreciate that. I think, like I said, this presentation, I wish every applicant would put together a presentation like this. It was a very thorough. You guys did a good job bouncing people off and back and forth. And I appreciate everyone taking the time for being here and answering my questions. Thank you. We'll turn it over to Councilman Perry next.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. I've listened to the questions of my colleagues and your answers to them. Thank you for that. But actually, what I want to do is I want to address the staff. Given the fact that this information is relatively new and your recommendation for approval was based upon the conditions, based upon the presentation that you've seen tonight, even though it's still relatively new, you haven't had time to actually mull over it and actually vet some of the information. This specific use permit that we're being asked to approve tonight, is it in our best interest to postpone it to allow you more time to review this information?
If we were asked to give, I guess, a recommendation tonight, then I would say we would rather wait to review closer. Candidly, nothing so far has raised a flag necessarily at the staff level for me, but I would hate to do that to the rest of the staff without, that's why we have the staff, right? That's why we've got planners and engineers on staff. So if that doesn't mess up timing, if we could, that would be great.
And then, Joes, do you want to speak? And then I think they
From a zoning standpoint, just looking at the land use, as I said previously, staff's recommendation was approval with those conditions listed to PD&Z. On the previous proposal to PD&Z, looking at the land use by itself, and with the understanding that there are more details to follow in the future in terms of the site layout and details of the building, their recommendation was to approve with those conditions. So we have the plan. We definitely came in late. It would have been much better if it came sooner, but we don't see a significant difference in how it affects the viability of the land use, which is the emergency center. Having said that, as I emphasized, if the council feels that there are certain things in the layout, the site layout, that is significantly changing the viability of the project in terms of adding value, I would recommend that we amend the condition to add that the layout will not significantly deviate from the site plan and include that as an exhibit to the ordinance, so that if there is any significant deviations moving forward, it comes back to the council for reconsideration of the SUP approval. Okay. I said a lot of things. Does that make sense?
No, but it helps me with the decision because I don't want to rush to approve. There were some significant changes, detention, the floodplain, that's always a concern for us. And I want to make sure that you have adequate time to review this or because we're relying upon your expertise to make the recommendation to us. So I want to make sure.
Can I just add one more thing? In terms of the detention, I don't want to speak on behalf of Dan, but I'll just go ahead and do it, I guess. We will get more details on the detention design based on the criteria we have. We have our engineering staff and Dan who'd be reviewing the proposal. And I believe if it gets to a point where we need to bring it to the council, we do have a mechanism by which we bring it to the council for approval. Am I correct?
Yes. Okay. And it's not uncommon at all. I mean, they're fortunate in the sense that they've already got their civil engineer involved in the project. We see lots and lots of sort of conceptual drawings, and the architect has designed this nice little quaint pond, and like, no, they haven't done any calculations yet, clearly, because it's going to be twice that size. So they're much further along than a lot of projects that we see at this stage. So I'm not concerned about those details. You know, the sidewalk layout and exactly, you know, where the fire lane access and detention pond calculations. We've got plenty of time for all of that. So this is really, I think, to Joseph's point, this is really more of a land use. Is this a good spot in the city of Manvel for this particular use? That's really the question before you tonight. And from a staff perspective, we don't have any issues with it.
Oh, okay. And no conditions need to be added, in your professional opinion?
As I said, I mean, I would recommend that we add the revised site plan as an exhibit with an additional added condition that specifies that the location of the building, location of the detention, and the location of the parking area will not significantly deviate from the site plan. And I believe we usually have a standard language in the ordinance which says that it shall generally conform to the exhibit. The site plan would generally conform to the exhibit C, I guess, in this case.
Okay.
And the other conditions that PD&Z wanted would also be on there, correct? Not just the one that you just stated.
Correct. In addition to the other conditions that PD&Z is recommending.
Howdy. Remind me your name again? Kirsten? What a great job presenting tonight. Thank you. And I'm thrilled to meet everybody else as well. I do have obviously few questions. Bear with me. Should have started with me first. Okay, so there's a couple of things. Who put together this presentation?
We collaborated.
Everyone collaborated.
I know he said 2.5 months, but really, by the time we made all these decisions and all the different variables, we were really working to burning the midnight oil to try to get this.
I bet. It looks like it. It looks like you guys worked really diligently on this. A couple of things that I just want to say right off the bat is I think that having an emergency room in our vicinity is a great thing. No one can deny that. I don't need to be sold on the benefits of medical care down Highway 6. However, I'm a little disappointed in the fact that initially I thought that having this freestanding ER right where it's at would help with the amount of car accidents that our ESD has to tend to on 288 with construction and motorcycle accidents. And so it's a little disappointing to hear that because I was excited about that. Like, that'll be great. But unfortunately, that's not at play here. You guys are bringing the ER mainly for emergency patients in the middle of the night that cannot go to our other urgent cares that are in the area.
I think perhaps that's a little bit misunderstood.
Okay.
If the EMS, which he just left out, they're expected to know what level care that patient has.
Yes. Okay.
So they asked that. So if you're in a motorcycle accident and you have a head trauma and you weren't wearing a helmet,
That goes straight to, yeah,
but
okay.
if it was a minor accident and someone has some seatbelt marks or something like that, fender bender, absolutely.
So the ambulance can take them to you and you will receive them?
Yes.
Then you triage and
Yes.
assess and then move out?
Yes, correct.
I think we were more trying to allay the fears that there was going to be a stack of ambulances. We heard that in the
Yeah.
council presentation, like, oh my gosh, it's going to.
I've never seen a freestanding with an ambulance unless it's parked with their sign promoting the place.
Exactly,
So-
exactly.
And to answer your question, even if we get a bad trauma patient, right? When they get transferred out of our facility, they don't go to the ER. They go directly to surgery. The reason that they get transferred is because 99% of the trauma patients, they're going to need to go to surgery. And services that we don't have, the patient comes in, gets stabilized, and then goes directly to surgery. That way, they don't have to stop in the ER and waste time again. Same thing with, say, a pregnant lady in labor, right? They stop by, if they stop by, we stabilize them and make sure that they go directly to L&D and not to go from all ER to another ER.
Yeah, pretty much understand how the hospitals work in this state. You have to stabilize.
Yeah.
That's your immediate.
Should
Correct.
someone actually be crowning and having a baby, we actually do have an obstetric room design and a pediatric room. So those are all eventualities that we do prepare for.
Wonderful. Thank you for answering that. I noticed here where it says staff, it says board certified emergency physicians, and I heard something different tonight. And I've been to ERs and have a little bit of experience with them, and I know a lot of them have board certified physicians on staff around the clock. Is that different than what you guys are proposing? I just heard that you guys say 5 years or more.
Oh, no.
Are they board certified as well?
They are board certified. They are board certified as well, correct. Yes, but
The 5 years is after residency.
After residency.
They need years, at least half a decade of experience before they can be in that type of facility.
Okay.
And this is just for
Wondering, 'cause
us.
I want the best of the best in Manvel.
Yes.
We're going to go down that rabbit hole.
That's our requirement on top of being
Okay.
certified and everything else. We would like to have them at least 5 years experience and work
Wonderful.
elsewhere.
Okay, great. The other question that I have, you guys are doing great, by the way. Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's see. So, job creation, you mentioned that you would like to hire local, but with 4 people on staff, how realistic is that? Now, your current ERs, are you hiring local?
We would love to, and certainly from the same county if there's.
But there's no guarantee.
Well, if there's, we can just apply, or send that message out there, and everybody that lives closer to us definitely gets 1 star on the. Now, if I have a nurse that's LVN and lives right next to me, I can't hire her because, or hire him because we have to have registered
nurse.
Right?
Yeah.
So the reason for us hiring people who live closest to us first is because if something like that accident that you talked about, if that happens, I need to pick up the phone and get another nurse in right away.
Yeah.
I don't want another nurse to come in from Congo, which is going to be an hour and a half away.
Of course.
So-
So I just want to make sure that it's not just lip talk, because a lot of people do that, and and you sound like a great sales guy, to be honest. So I just want to make sure that if you
it
stay,
makes my-
hang on,
it makes- yeah.
give me a second.
Sure.
Thank you. I just want to make sure that when I'm asking these questions, we have citizens that are also listening to what we're being promised, and then we get called out later on, hey, they promised this and they didn't deliver. How are we going to make sure, if you bring a promise, then we want to make sure that you keep it. Now, if you don't make the promise, I don't have anything to come back to, right?
No, that's, again, it's going to be based on availability.
Okay.
right?
No,
It
that's
makes all
understandable.
life- It makes all life a lot
Much easier. Much easier.
We saw the slides that had the community involvement. We anticipate a hiring event.
So on that note, let me ask you this. When did you guys join the Alvin Manvel Chamber of Commerce?
We have the application, we haven't joined yet.
Okay.
We have the application.
Okay.
Yeah.
Great.
I just wanted to mention, not to put you on, Kristen, can you stand up? She will be our facility director, and she'll be 10 minutes from the facility.
Actually, 8 minutes away from here.
So we are,
Okay.
she'll be local, and she'll be running.
Wonderful.
Doing operations.
Awesome. Okay, great.
Just build a new house.
Awesome. So we love that. I mean, everybody here loves all of our medical facilities that tend to our residents. And so these are just a couple questions that I had. I love the fact that we're able to bring job creation to Manvel. We don't have one of its kind. I have a lot more questions here about what was put in here, like the sales tax revenue. Does a ER generate sales tax?
It does.
It does? Interesting. Did y'all know?
They generate sales tax from all the monsters that they sell for people that are there in the middle of the night.
I'm like, I've never heard of that. Okay.
Actually, all the nutritions are free.
There's also ancillary sales tax benefits for facilities like this, because if you get a prescription, they're likely to fill it in Manvel. There's lots of.
They're likely to fill it in Manvel.
Oh, yeah,
Okay.
Yeah, we wouldn't send them too far.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's, okay, thank you for answering that question. And the only concern that I have is how late this was turned into, obviously, the staff. I just want to feel peace that if we move forward with it, that all the ducks are in the row.
I might fall on my sword a little bit for that, because I did attend the last meeting and I sat in the back, and I've been doing this a very long time. I've met with lots of these such things. And because of the rockiness of that, we wanted to make sure that we dotted all the i's and crossed all the t's. And we weren't aware that there was any kind of hold up, or we wanted to make sure that the presentation that we gave you tonight was robust and well thought out, and we didn't left no stone unturned. So, we have been working diligently on this, and please forgive us that we probably didn't know that people were waiting to approve this or have a whack of the piñata. But to their point, there's lots more opportunities, and we're really kind of narrowly focusing on, does this particular use meet that land need, and for the citizens of Manvel, which I think we've established.
Yeah, so my request is that you guys, every promise I heard tonight, that we stand by that. That's all I ask. You say do what you say you're gonna do. And join all these different listed out organizations here. That's really important to us.
Is there any particular ones? Just please share it with us.
Yeah, the Chamber of Commerce, the high school, all the sports activities, all the children in the community, the families.
Absolutely.
There's just so much, and so.
We've reached out again to the volleyball. We're sponsoring them. We anticipate lots of other ball sports, giving scholarships to some of those kids. HOSA, I'm not sure if you know what that stands for.
Yeah, I saw that down here.
Availing ourselves to those students that want to be in.
And then the last thing that I would request is that you do partner with Alvin Community College, because they do have a nursing program. And they have stellar students there, and that's really important to our community.
Yes.
We want to keep them here.
Hey, they could also join the Manvel Police Association as well.
There you go.
Absolutely,
Okay.
yes.
And that's another thing about having locals on your team. They will come and tell you what you need to do, right? Even if we don't think about it, our nurses, our staff, our radiology techs think about it. As far as the Manvel and Alvin Chamber of Commerce, we definitely, we have the application. I actually have a board member of Angleton Chamber here. She can tell you how active we are in Chamber.
You are active there? No, she said we are.
Yes, when I was with Lake Jackson, yes,
Okay.
I was.
Lake Jackson's the one we have the fiasco, the kerfuffle about?
I'm not actually
Your word?
Kerfuffle.
Kerfuffle.
It's a conundrum and a kerfuffle.
All right, all I care about is that we do right, and that if our staff, we trust the professionals. Obviously, I had questions here, I have a lot more, but it sounds like right now we're just approving the use of the land for an emergency room.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
All right, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Councilman Hudson, do you have anything that you'd like to add to that?
It's very difficult following, everything has been asked. So only thing I can say is y'all great presentation, and I know how in terms of the engineering and trying to get everything in the right place. I know it's difficult, but I have ultimate things about the staff and our staff manager. I'm going with them, and also it's been the PD&Z. They've been rehearsed. They go through PD&Z, and I used to be on PD&Z. I know how critical they can be. And they voted 7-0, and I understand where you're going, and I don't have any more questions than what the fellow councilman have asked. Very thorough. There seems to be some skepticism about going forward, but I don't have any.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So, Councilman. That's it. Appreciate that. Manager Dan, just one item I do want to make sure that we're all on the same page about. We have outlines, we have a design analysis in our design criteria manual for pump detention. That is something that would have to be approved by council. So there's a few additional steps where this would have to come before us. You know, it has to go before CNR3. You have to get your approvals from TxDOT. For if you want to go the pump detention route, you have to come before City Council for approval for that as well. So there's some additional requirements, and we're going to see them here again. Is that a correct interpretation?
It is, and I was thinking about that a minute ago, that could perhaps be another condition of the approval, or that's part of the approval, I guess. Now, this ordinance will have a second reading, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so by the time we get to that time for this, if it were approved tonight, you know, we could really work on what those conditions are, I guess, between now and the second reading.
Okay. So what would staff's recommendation be there? To approve it with the 5 conditions, to approve it with the current existing 5 conditions and more to come? What would be the best way to handle that? Ms. Tammy Bell.
I'm sorry, just one question. So with the approval from TxDOT for that lane, is that something you guys think you would have within, I'm assuming the council would want proof that that's taken place before they,
Yeah.
would that be within the 90 days of the
Honestly,
second reading?
it's a non-issue, really, because they won't be able to get a permit from us without a TxDOT permit. So that could take them another 6 months. I mean, it could. TxDOT sometimes takes long. So personally, I don't think that we need to put a TxDOT condition on the approval, because it has to be done. Otherwise, they don't get a permit, period.
So that would be the cut through in the lane, right? Yeah, that approval.
If you want that approval, then yes, they're not going to make the 90 days of it.
So my only thing was that seemed to be an important thing at the last meeting was that turn or whatever it was. So if that's not going to be achievable within the 90 days, maybe it would be a postponement of this so they can prove to you that TxDOT's going to give that approval for, if that, I don't know how important that is.
Well, it can be a condition to the approval of the land use, like before the use is established, before the plans are approved, they can get that approval from TxDOT, if that particular aspect is important to the council.
Well, thank you for
So
bringing that
maybe we're specific on which TxDOT permit we're talking about then, the median cut or whatever.
Median cut, yeah.
They've probably got 3 or 4 different TxDOT permits between water and sewer, hydrology, driveway, modification perhaps, and then median.
And I believe it was the median cut that was critical.
Perfect.
So maybe include that as an additional condition, and the site layout that I mentioned. If the site layout is critical for council, include the site plan as an exhibit, and add a condition that the location of the building, parking, and detention will not significantly deviate from the exhibit, from the site plan as presented in Exhibit C.
Council, what are your thoughts? I mean, we have 2 readings for this, so in order to keep this moving tonight, we could approve it as is. Staff could understand that we have maybe some additional conditions that we would want to apply. We could then have that come before us at our second reading after staff. That would also give staff 3 weeks to review this and maybe come up with some tweaks or adjustments. Council, are you guys okay with that?
I would like to find ways to say yes and then come back and, like he said, I think they've went through a lot and prepared, hopefully.
Yes.
Not last minute.
Lots of coordination, yes.
And I'd like to see.
So I want to respect that.
Yeah, I'd like to see the process move forward, because it's hard enough. I understand.
All right. So I think we know that we have some conditions to add. We'll have that on the agenda here in 3 weeks. But with that, what I'll do is I'll make a motion to approve ordinance number 2024-0-26. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Have a second from Mayor Pro Tem. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion passes unanimously, 7-0. Good job, guys.
Thank you
tonight.
so much.
And just
Thank you.
Talk to you soon.
Thank you.
And just so that you guys know, I was prepared tonight to come in and vote no to this. So you guys, I think, convinced a few of us. So good job, guys. Good job. Thank you. You get a gold star. All right.
Sure, in your lifetime.
All right, we'll give them a minute. We'll give them a minute to clear out here. Half the room.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, let's take a moment to stretch here. So, Shauna, you're still hanging out with us, huh? Oh, awesome. She's holding strong.
I'm gonna get another cookie. I need sugar and a carb. Mr. Fro brought all his cookies.
Oh, are they in the back there?
I put them back. Oh, I didn't. I took them. And I need a refill of water.
Do you want us to wait for
Is
you?
that
or-
okay? Yes, please, I'll run.
We're just going to wait for Mayor Pro Tem Sarmiento to come back, so we'll give it a second here.
Bio break.
It's a bio break.
It's regular coffee, it's not.
All right, we will move forward now with our last agenda item for tonight. This is consideration and possible action to approve the first of two readings of Ordinance 2024-0-37. The reason why this is the first of two readings, the previous animal ordinance that was presented in July has reached its 90-day deadline because this was such a massive rewrite, starting from scratch there. And so I believe, Chief, we're going to turn this over to you, and then you'll turn this over to the smartest people in the room, as mentioned during the public comment section.
Well, I'm just going to go ahead and turn it over to them now. Like you said, Mayor, this is a rewrite of the original ordinance. The other one, we basically ran out of time when we were looking at it. So after the meeting that Captain McLean and ACO Sherman and Kristen, sorry, I forgot your last name, had with a group a couple of weeks ago, they came to this writing, and unfortunately, I was unable to attend that meeting. I had other obligations I had to attend to. So with that, I'm going to turn this over to the three sitting to my left here. If y'all have any questions of them, then they'll be able to answer the questions how they came up with this ordinance.
Sounds good. Captain McLean, we'll turn it over to you first if you want to come up to the podium here. And then I would love for you to present it, and then I would love for Officer Sherman and Officer Bishop to speak as well. Maybe just Officer Sherman then. Bernard, why do I say Bishop? That's your maiden name? Oh, I'm so sorry. I always refer to you as I'm going to make a note of that. My apologies, Officer Bernard.
That's why I didn't
Congratulations
say it.
on the marriage. It's 5 years. I'm sorry, please. It's getting late, guys. It's getting late. Go ahead.
Hey, I'm good. Good evening, Council, Mayor. So a few weeks ago, I was provided an opportunity to assist Chief Trailer and Animal Patrol with this rewrite as far as the ordinance was concerned. And as I got into this, I was inundated with a lot of information. Between all of us, I think we spent a lot of countless hours doing a heck of a lot of research. Because what a lot of people don't understand is that as far as these applicable areas to the ordinance are concerned, you're pulling some from the administrative code, health and safety code, penal code, all this stuff, and you've got to meld all these things together. So when this was going on, we were also getting the information from the advocates that were meeting, and mostly from the spokespersons of them. Most of them you heard tonight. I made a judgment call at that point and felt to help decipher specifics of what they were recommending and wanted to see and everything, that it was prudent to have a sit-down meeting with them. And everybody was very excited about it. I was as well, to kind of get to the meat and potatoes of it all. And that's exactly what we did. And there's a lot of strong personalities in the room when we met, and a lot of passion. But I will say it was comforting to see that everybody that was involved had an open mind to this. And it was prefaced with the fact that as we're looking at this ordinance as a whole, it is to look at it on behalf of the 20,000 people that are in this city and not just a select few. And I think that's pretty much what we did. There was a compromise that was involved on both sides. There was a understanding and agreements on both sides. So what I did to help with this situation, because it was a very long meeting, is I took this ordinance and I broke it down to each individual section, so not to inundate them with some of the notes and rewrites and such like that. And we went down every line, every word, every sentence, every paragraph, and talked about the stuff that they had intimate knowledge on and where we were at. One of the things that we did also in this is the educational aspect of it, and hoping to get an understanding of how the law works and the ordinances work, such as in the case of like the animal cruelty and everything. One of the things we talked about with that, just as an example here, is that we're not going to write anything in animal cruelty into ordinance specifically creating some type of Class C misdemeanor when it's already a Class A misdemeanor and or a felony depending on the level of offense. So when something's not written in the ordinance, it automatically defers to that state law. It's an understanding with that, but a lot of people don't have that intimate knowledge. So we were hoping to kind of help with that educational process. And with that, there was a great understanding with some of these things, why certain things weren't in and why certain things were. With that being said, there were areas that were conceded to where we put specific language in there in reference to that, more specifically the definitions that were added. And during the entire thing, we took notes on everything that they were talking about, and we ended up going back and we sat down for more hours and put together, what we ultimately submitted with all the markups and everything else. The two biggest topics of concern were, of course, the registration, as y'all heard, and then also the TNR program. We've done a lot of research with this, and with that being said, I'm going to turn it over to Kristen to talk about the TNR aspect of it. There's a lot of information that she's found that I think would be interesting for y'all to hear. And then after that, Sherman can step up here and talk about the registration process.
So before, Captain McLean, before you step away.
Thank you. No, I was kidding.
Nope, you're not getting away that
Yes, sir.
fast. Does anybody have any questions or comments for Captain McLean as it relates? And we'll kind of go down the line once they all present, but about the definition specifically.
I have a lot of questions. I don't know if it's appropriate yet.
Okay.
So I'll wait.
Yeah, so I guess we'll continue on then, and then we'll have Kristen come up, and then Officer Sherman come up. Thank you, sir.
I'm going to keep it short, sweet, and to the point because y'all know I can talk for hours like I did the first time. So I'm going to talk specifically about Section 866, the TNR program. There are two different TNR programs. There's a community cat program, the trap, neuter, release program. Community cat is where unowned or feral cats are being fed by a community caretaker in a subdivision, by a gas station, by the middle of the road, just wherever we can get feeding stations. TNR is you trap the cat, you fix the cat, you get rid of the cat. You put it back where it goes, you are hands off. So that is what we are wanting. TNR, no community cats, anything like that. Sorry. And this is in reference to the Texas Parks and Wildlife Department stance on a community cat program. Feeding programs such as the community cat program are generally not advised because they tend to concentrate cats and wildlife into specific areas. That means wildlife that wouldn't normally go into subdivisions are now in subdivisions, such as coyotes, raccoons, possums, other cats, stray dogs, anything like that is now in my neighborhood. I'm lakefront, so a coyote coming up to the lake not only puts myself in danger, my dogs and my child in danger because we walk the lake all the time. It also causes diseases, depredation, and accidental or intentional injuries that can decrease the cat's quality of life. So people aren't going to want cats in their flower beds. They're not going to want cats chilling in their driveway. They can get run over that way. Nobody's going to notice a cat under a lifted F-150. You also have native wildlife closest to feeding stations at greater risk of predation from cat colonies. So if you have songbirds or anything like that, not only are the cats getting fed by people, they are getting fed by those songbirds, which is decreasing and making the songbirds extinct in the wildlife. Kansas State University has programs that are run mostly by volunteers who provide their own food and TNR resources readily available. Do we have I know we have wonderful advocates back here, but do we have a community that is going to want to provide their own food, their own TNR resources, such as traps, or the money to get those cats fixed? West Point Military Police and Natural Resource Specialist out in New York did a study where large numbers of cats gathered around food can lead to conflicts that increase the risk of spreading diseases, to some of which may not have been previously affected all the cats. So one cat can have a disease, now you're fighting over food, now more cats have this disease. Feeding colonies can make them more dependent on humans, defeating the purpose for them hunting their own food and making them more likely to become a nuisance to the surrounding communities who may not want community cats coming around. And also diseases. You have rabies, toxoplasmosis, and I'm going to say this wrong, and I've been practicing all day, cryptosporidium. That is, all your faces. That is a parasite spread by feces that lives in water, soil, food, and other surfaces. So if you have a nice, lovely garden, cat poops, now it's in your food. Toxoplasmosis is also found in cat feces. That can be a serious health hazard for pregnant women, infants and children, and people with a weakened immune system, such as the elderly. And that is all I have.
Good evening. So, I'm gonna try not to take up a lot of y'all's time, but I believe each one of you on council has this handout. Okay, so I'm just gonna try to be brief with it. On that handout, you have 12 cities. There's two things in common with these cities. One, they're all within 1 hour of the city of Manvel. And two, they all have limitations and laws that are stricter than what we have in the proposed ordinance as far as animal rescue permits. Now, I just want to clear something up. The proposed permit that we have is for 7 or more animals, combined, foster, and whatnot. It does not at all limit the number of animals someone can have. I know that was what was being said, and I take offense to that because I know that's not what it is. So essentially, what this ordinance does, it's not introducing anything new or unusual, but what it does, it brings Manvel in line with practices already established in numerous other cities across the state of Texas. I've actually been in contact with several cities. I talked to the ACO for the city of Palestine, Texas, where they have an ordinance similar to what we're trying to pass. They said it's very effective. They're actually doing a hoarding case now with someone that has 23 cats in their house. And their restriction, they have a restriction on the amount of animals. Now, keep in mind, like I said, we don't have a restriction. Anybody can have as many animals as they want. All this is doing, and I know people have a problem with the language. If you want to change the language from permit to registration, all we're wanting is to know, because establishing this helps us to establish clear and enforceable standards, basically, and brings us in line with the rest of the state of Texas, because as you know, our laws lack and they need to be updated. So as far as going backwards, because no one can agree on what's what, I personally believe it's a bad idea. I also believe that we've spent way too much time on this. A city and its, the community and the people, elected officials and people that work in the community, we need to just come together and have a compromise. This is the compromise that's essentially being offered. Everybody's not going to be happy, but this is it. Like person said earlier, or citizen said earlier, that we met for 7 hours. We did meet for 7 hours. Is everything that one side wants on there? No. Is everything I would have put in here? No. But that's what compromise is. I can understand the other side. When I say the other side, I mean people that are advocating. But I really want people to understand my side. And by that, I mean the person who has enforced laws like this. The biggest hoarding case I've ever done was actually in Louisiana, and I was a humane investigator, and it was the rescue, a well-known rescue in the city of Lake Charles. We removed 48 dogs from the person who runs the rescue. So it's not just, I know a lot of people want it just to, rescues to be immune from any kind of registrations, or people who foster from any kind of registrations, but you can't do that. You can't just say it's good for citizen A isn't good for citizen B, okay? Because you run the risk of something like that not being caught. So all this is doing, is it perfect? No. But, nothing's ever going to be perfect. But what it does, it brings us in line with hundreds, literally. On this past weekend, within an hour search, I had over 90 cities I pulled up that have ordinances that are stricter as far as permitting. And like I said, that list that y'all all each have, 12 cities, all within an hour of the city of Manvel. 12, okay? And we're not just saying big Houston, little towns, cities comparable to the size of Manvel, medium, all the surrounding cities essentially have these same type of ordinances, and it's not because it doesn't work. So Manvel needs to catch up with laws in the state of Texas, okay? As somebody you hired to actually help start this animal control program here, your laws are lacking, and we all recognize that, which is why we're trying to put something in place. But whatever we do, and I'll close now because I know it's getting late, I really think we need to go forward and not backwards. So as far as saying this doesn't work, let's go back to I think it's 1997 or whatever the old original ordinances are, I would be 100% against that. I think Manvel needs to catch up. I think it's better to have these laws in place, not so we can go and knock on everyone's door and say, you got 10 dogs, not so we can say you have to pay $20 to register for a permit to get more. You don't have to charge people. Just let us know, okay? By doing that, you can help prevent a problem before it happens. So, if y'all have any questions before I go sit down?
Well, just a quick clarifying question.
I know it's getting late, and I'm not trying to ramble.
You're good. So just a quick clarifying question to make sure I understood. So you're saying that the section as it relates to the permit requirements, let's say somebody wanted to own 4 dogs and 4 cats. They're owning their own 4 dogs, they're owning their own 4 cats. This isn't limiting that. What this is saying is that if you have 7 animals that you own that are a combination, and you want to then be a rescue or a foster for additional animals, then you'd have to get a permit. Is that correct?
Yes, and like I said, Mayor, you can change the word. I mean, people don't like the word permit because permit usually associates people in their mind with money. Oh, they want more money, It can be a free registration. It can be online even. Essentially what that does, it promotes responsible pet ownership, essentially, because not everybody is a responsible pet owner, okay? They have a good mindset, but then they end up with 30 dogs in their house, and those dogs aren't being taken care of properly, okay? So we can kind of show that, the city of Manvel is a responsible city. We want people to be responsible. Okay, you want to have 10 dogs and foster 15 other dogs, that's fine. If you look in the ordinances, it also has a section that says proper care of animals. Now, I know the other thing I'm just going to touch on real fast is the cruelty that some people want added in their ordinances for cruelty. I made sure the section that says proper care of animals, that's essentially a city, it references what state law says is proper care of animals, but it's essentially on a city level. Things like that, we can actually hold people accountable on a city level, because there's some things that if you file with the state charges, they won't do anything, okay? So something like that is is good to have as far as a citywide cruelty that we can kind of enforce and hold people accountable for. Now, the major things like dog fighting and cockfighting and abandonment, just as Captain touched on, those are things we're going to go straight to state charges because they're more serious. They're felonies. If you put that in the city ordinances, we're not even going to look at that. We're going to go straight to the state charges. So that's redundant to put that in there.
Thank you, Officer Sherman.
Yes.
We'll start down at this end. Councilmember Hudson, do you have any questions or comments?
Comments. I think our officers have done a great job. And just to say that we will not get, everybody will not be happy. There's, as he was saying, there got to be a compromise and move on in terms of having some type of laws.
Thank you, Councilman. Mayor Pro Tem?
Sure you want me to go next?
Yes, ma'am.
All righty. Hello. Okay. I'm happy and I'm upset. Two things at once. It utterly disgusts me to hear what happened to that lady that showed up with the picture of her cat that someone trapped, apparently, and clearly what she said happened to her animal is what Miss Cynthia Cortina said TNR is. So I'm struggling with understanding here how everyone is okay with someone just coming and stealing your animal and neutering it, putting it through surgery, clipping its ear and dropping it back off. However, we're not okay with a stray dog being picked up off the street like back in the day. You took care of your pets because you knew if the dog catcher got him, you're never going to see him again. So why are we, I understand, based on the presentation, that one female cat can produce, did she say 40,000? Was that the number? Or 4,000? Good Lord. That's just very fertile. Okay. I'm just shocked. I get it. However, that to me is a little, I'm struggling with that. I understand the reasoning with it. I need more information on that part. That's just not something I'm going to get behind right away because we can't say we're going to trap your cats, neuter them, go through the expense, all of that. And I don't like the fact that there's other organizations just gallivanting around Manvel doing it either. I think if you're going to do that, you need to let the homeowner know, especially if you're trespassing their property. That's a whole nother issue. Okay, let me digress. So that's that. The other thing is I'm so happy that our community gets the privilege of sitting with our animal control officer, our sergeants, council members, having the ability to come ad nauseum and attack us and work with us. I think that is a privilege. A lot of cities don't even care. They just dismiss it. They don't put it out there. So I'm very proud of that we've invested the time, the resources, all of it. I wasn't a part of that 7-hour meeting. I wish I would have been, because then I could have made sure that what was said when I had my roundtable was lined up with that. However, we did have an action meeting afterwards with staff and the chief and many people in there to make sure that their concerns were heard. Where I stand today on this ordinance is, it is imperative that we move forward. I'm sick of hearing table, stop moving, let's do this, let's do that. And I'm really upset with the fact that a few people are pretending to be the voice of the majority, and the misuse of information and the pushing a specific narrative. I feel like at this point, no matter what the city council does today, we're still going to be thrown under the bus because someone's going to leave here, they're going to go type behind a keyboard, hide behind an alias activist name, and they're not going to give props where props are due. At this point, it's like no matter what we do, no one's going to be happy. The majority is definitely not going to be happy. And I think that they want to nitpick wording versus progress. What is the great things that Manvel is doing? So that's just a couple things there. The biggest thing for me is that we don't limit people from fostering animals. If they want to take in a cat or a dog on their property, whether it's small or 10 acres, that's on you. I am for, however, the restrictions, because we have heard of certain people who are actively advocating for this, hoarding animals in their home against homeowner association approval, but yet pretending to not do that. That's not okay. We can't live a double standard. The most important thing for us is that we do the right thing. We have the protections in place. I'm for registration. I'm not for charging people to let us know. I want you to know that if my dog gets out, please call me. He's got a chip, but if you can't figure it out and his neck thing comes off, that somebody can scan him and get him home to us. I think that 7 animals, does this apply to livestock as well? I'm assuming it's just cats and dogs. Okay, because if you have 20 horses, why should you do that? The other thing is, I think what Mr. Gaspar said, he made a point. I think we should really look into, after tonight, look into the specifications of how much land people have or what they have. If you have a 1-bedroom apartment and you have 15 cats, there's no way, or dogs or whatever, that's okay, right? So I don't know the specifics right now, but these are things that came up today that are important to talk about. And we had many advocates here that have come and have said, I've got acreage, I can have as many animals. Absolutely, you should be able to. But if you don't, then that could definitely be a detriment to the animals that we're trying to protect and save. So all in all, I think it's time for us to move forward. I still believe that if something is not right, we will make it right, right? This is something that we can come back and make small changes to, right? Okay. The other thing that I felt was super important is that if we are doing TNR, you guys are requesting us to do that. Is that in this, that's not here, but you did advocate for that, right?
So TNR itself is protected by state law. What we don't want is the community cat program where people are feeding cats at feeding stations in the back of neighborhoods.
So I understand.
At gas stations.
Okay. So I hear you saying it's protected by state law.
Yes.
But what specifically does that mean, and how does it affect someone like the lady who came and her cat was
So
mutilated?
it protects the trapper from abandonment for the cat. That's all it protects. So if I trap a cat in my neighborhood and I take it to get fixed, do all the precautions that I'm supposed to, but someone watches me release the cat, I can't get charged for cruelty or abandonment. That's all it's protecting.
Okay, but the state law basically allows somebody to go around and snatch
stray
up cats.
cats. You're not supposed to go around onto somebody's property if it's stray or feral. So that's unowned. You're supposed to check for a microchip. You're supposed to check for all of these things before neutering the cat. Because once a cat's trapped, you're not going to trap it again. It's very rare that you're going to trap a cat twice.
Okay. And then with the dogs, what are we doing with stray dogs? Picking them up, housing them, not neutering them, and not dumping them back out on people's property?
No.
I'm really frustrated about this whole thing.
I understand. I can email you some more.
Yeah. I would like more information on that.
Yeah, I can email you some more.
Chief?
Just to help answer the question a little bit, the trap and neuter program, it's very convoluted when it comes to the law. It's referenced House Bill number 3660, which was approved and signed into law of June of 2023 by the governor. It also falls, it basically was put under Chapter 4902 of the Penal Code under the abuse of animals. And I'll read it to you so you'll have an understanding what it is that it basically says that trap and neuter return program means a non-lethal population control practice in which an animal is A, trapped, B, evaluated by a veterinarian, C, if unvaccinated, vaccinated by a veterinarian, D, if unsterilized, sterilized by a veterinarian, E, marked by a veterinarian, whether by notching or tipping one ear otherwise, and F, returned to the trap location. 10, veterinarian shall have the same meaning as set forth in Section 801.002 of Occupations Code. Then further into the code, it goes into Section E1, which goes into the defense of prosecution under Section B4. So what we're talking about is that the act to release or return to stray or feral animal, which is not a wild or living creature pursuant to a trap neuter program. It doesn't define anywhere in the law who runs a program. It doesn't define anywhere in the law who's responsible for the program. It just specifically outlines the trap neuter program.
So it basically states that any person, veterinarian, can trap an animal, a cat, and
take it to a veterinarian to have this done. The law is not very clear on who runs a program, who's responsible for the program. The city can come up and say, basically, we're not going to do this program in the city. City of Alvin did that. We're not doing that in the city. They want to trap cats in the county, that's up to them.
but then you have community members who take it upon themselves to go trap people's cats.
Correct.
And then take them to get neutered and clipped.
This basically just the start of the complaints we're going to start getting, especially when we start trapping inside a residential a community such as a subdivision. We're already getting complaints of people feeding cats at some of our commercial businesses. They're putting cat food in the barbecue pits at Bighorn. They're trying to sell these products. These commercial properties don't want these cats around, but we're feeding these cats in these cat colonies, per se. So the law, in my opinion, from what I'm reading, does not specify who runs or who controls who's in charge of this trap neuter program. The rescue groups have taken it upon themselves to do this. It doesn't say that rescue groups are responsible for this. It just protects an individual if they follow the trap neuter program. If they trap a cat, they take it to the veterinarian, it's vetted, it does what it's supposed to be done, and they bring the cat back. That's the only thing that they're protected under law, if that makes sense.
Yes and no. I need some time to think about all of this and go through my notes.
I'm doing more research on this. I know that there was a reason why this came to the state representative. I'm trying to reach out to the individual that brought this up. We haven't been able to connect this afternoon, but I'm going to be speaking with them about it to figure out why it actually even got to the state representative to start off with. And then I can have more answers, hopefully, even if I have to reach out to Cody Vasut and talk to him personally to find out why we are doing what we're doing and why it went to this position, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm. Interesting. There's just so many, I have more questions than I have answers on who, what, why, when, where. And it's so convoluted. And I think we are focusing too much on the negative stuff rather than us being responsible council members, which I'm sure we tried to do last time, and just moving forward with protecting our city and doing the right thing. There's just so much at stake. There's just a lot of stuff, and people are not going to be happy, and some of us are going to be happy, but we just have to do the responsible thing. So I need some time to think and review my notes.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Councilman Perry?
Okay, so there's been a lot of reference of the smartest people in the room, and I'm learning more and more when it comes to this subject. I'm obviously not one of them. I feel I have the intellect to read and comprehend and analyze and understand, but I've listened to a lot of information from the very inception of this. I definitely appreciate the feedback, especially when it was written, because it's easier to retain it. This started out because we were trying to address an animal control problem. The fact that we don't have the resources or the facilities. There was an issue where we couldn't pick up stray animals, the whole 9 yards. So my concern is that the original reason that we began this process that has become very long. I'm at a loss. I don't know what happened between the last notification I got where everyone was happy and we were together and discussing, and now tonight it seems like it's a totally different scenario. What I will say is the problem still exists. It has to be addressed. I'm not in agreement with throwing everything away and going back to the 1997 law, because then that puts us right back where we were before. So a couple of things I want to get clarified in my head, and forgive me if it's redundant. Where we were referring to the limit of seven pets, cats or dogs, am I understanding you're stating we're not saying you can only have 7 animals, or that if you have 7, that we're putting a limit. We're saying that if it goes over that amount, a registration needs to take place so that we're aware.
That's correct, Councilman. And what that does, it kind of lets us know, hey, this person has XYZ amount of animals, okay, we might get for instance, everyone has to register their dogs in the city of Manvel. Okay, you got 4 dogs, but you also foster, you got 5 fosters. Somebody calls us and says, hey, I got a problem. This person, they have these 10 dogs next door and whatnot. These people are registered with us. Their dogs are registered. We see, oh, look, they're a foster. They foster for XYZ. Okay, so it essentially gives us the ability, if there is a problem or a complaint of a problem, that we can enforce it and investigate it. You can have that, the original problem that people had, just to go backwards, that they did not want a limit of animals. That was what was said. So essentially what this does, it removes a limit. It does not place the limit on the amount of dogs you can own or the amount of dogs you can foster. It doesn't say you can't foster. It does not say you can't own more than XYZ animals.
Okay.
So that's
all right. So that's what I wanted clarity on. And so with that clarity, here's where my concern comes in as a member of council. It's not a matter of wanting to restrict or control responsible fosters or responsible rescues. My concern is when I look at the city as a whole, everyone may not be responsible. So we've got to look to protect the animals as well as the community.
Correct.
So if an individual is a responsible rescue, a responsible foster, that registration won't mean anything. It's not limiting the number of animals they can have. And if they're responsible, then there's not going to be anything to enforce upon them. However, if there is an individual that wants 30 animals and they're not able to properly maintain them or take care of them, that registration does give us some leverage.
Ability to enforce. Yes,
Okay.
yes, sir.
So that's what I wanted to be clear on. And then the second thing, and then I promise I'll get off of it because my brain is really
I understand. It's a
short circuit.
It can be confusing
at this point. Concerning, there were mentions of, and you addressed it, cruelty to animals, sale for research, et cetera. So my understanding is certain specifics were not put in the city ordinance because it defaults to the state level in those areas where it's already a felony or a Class A misdemeanor.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Items like dogfighting was brought up. There's no reason to put dogfighting in your local ordinance. If I got a complaint for dogfighting, they're going to be charged with a state cruelty charge, which is a felony. Okay, and we're not even going to second look at Manvel ordinance. Now, we have in there proper care of animals. Okay, so that's actually in the penal code as cruelty ordinances. Okay, but we put that in our ordinances so we can hold people accountable at the local level for stuff like that. Okay, but major type real cruelty things, that's going to default to the state. We're going to go file state charges. So there's no reasoning, in my opinion, to put that in a local ordinance.
Okay. And then also with the registration, which is not going to limit the number of animals,
No,
there
sir.
doesn't necessarily have to be a fee attached to it.
No, I wouldn't. I honestly be against putting a fee on it. If you ask my opinion, I would even make it even simpler and give people more peace of mind. They can even, if you guys have the ability, let them register their pets online, so they don't have to fear coming into the PD or going to City Hall or anything like that. So it doesn't inconvenience.
Thank you. Now, I promise this is my last.
Yes, sir.
This ordinance, as it is written, is not etched into stone tablets, meaning that if it needs to evolve, if there needs to be continued review, partnership with the community, it's a start, but it can evolve if it's necessary, or if it's found something doesn't work and it needs to be adjusted, because we amend ordinances all the time.
Yes, sir. So basically, it's basically a good template to start off with, and if we find areas in the future that doesn't work, we can adjust it from there.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
And my line of question is in this manner is because I am so afraid that if we throw it out or say we're going to revert back to 1997, we're just going to keep having restarts, and we're going to go back and not progress.
So one of the reasons I gave y'all each that handout was just to show you that the ordinance we're proposing isn't out of the ordinary or unusual or something that is overreach or whatnot. It's the least stringent. You got 12 cities within 1 hour of Manvel on that, within 1 hour. And every one of those have limits on their animals. It's stricter, every one of them. You're welcome to read. I put the ordinance numbers and everything. 12 within 1 hour. So that should show you that we're not trying to trailblaze with something new. We're catching up to the rest of the state for best practice in our animal control laws.
Okay. All right. I've got to stop there. But my biggest thing is that we are going to properly and ethically address the original issue at hand, which was the animal control problem, and that we're going to move forward with whatever modifications may have to take place later. I'm done.
Thank you, Councilman Perry. Councilman Oplager?
Wow. So I read this, and it may be more for somebody to do some more proofreading, but there's a few paragraphs where the sentences are repeated, right? And so I'm going to, somewhere along the line, somebody needs to sit back down and reread this and delete the duplicates. I didn't write all the numbers down. I've been trying to find an example of that, but it's there, right? And then I guess the cattery. I remember in one of the discussions we talked about that we were going to remove the cattery out of this ordinance, but the terminology in here. So what did we decide on that?
The cattery and the kennel sections were removed at the very first reading back in July.
Right.
We left the cattery definition in there, but it has nothing to do with anything in the ordinance.
Okay, very good, thank you. And then I guess the last thought is by passing this, it allows us to do what more efficiently?
Enforce. It gives us the ability to...
Officer Sherman, if you can. Thank you.
Come on, get back up here.
No. It basically gives us more tools to be able to enforce the ordinances and provide for better care or ensure the care of the animals that we're supposed to be overseeing their welfare of.
Okay. Yeah, okay, very good. And then my last question, so the cats that are out here behind the stripes?
Yes, sir.
And when we drive by there tonight, there's going to be a big pile of food out there? Who's managing that?
I do not know as far as those being managed. I do know that the cats at the stripes were being trapped with agreement from the actual management of stripes.
Have you caught them all?
Oh, I'm not the one trapping them, no, sir.
Well, isn't that what animal control is for? Isn't that what we're supposed to be doing?
If you're going to provide traps and program and places to put them.
I mean, I thought that's what we're here for.
Yeah, yes, sir. If we have the ability to trap them, we'll trap them.
Usually trapping of the cats and such as that is complaint-based driven. Once we receive a complaint of a feral colony or something like that, then yes, we can go out and we can trap the animals.
Well, I just heard you say that the Chevron's complaining about the pitting food.
No,
in the-
not Chevron.
Barbecue pits.
Well, yeah, the barbecue place,
So that,
it is a
to me,
Chevron.
that they're just moving back and forth across the street.
And there could be two separate colonies.
Very possible. But in the scope of this ordinance, isn't that what this ordinance is all about, is to help manage something like that?
If the property owner requests us to trap, then we
So the
trap.
property owner
Correct.
has to request the feral cats.
It's complaint-based. Some property owners might allow that to be on there. It's just up to the property owner what they would like.
So this
If
one
they-
lives under the sidewalk. I saw him go under the sidewalk.
Yes, sir. Yeah, there's actually a whole, me and Kristen actually went just recently to the new old property that the city bought across the street, looking to see, because that's where we got the complaint that the cats are mainly coming from the folks at the Bighorn that said that they had food being put in their barbecue pit, cat food. And feeding
Every
cats.
council meeting for the last 3 or 4 council meetings, I drive by there, I see cat food and about 4 little kittens eating on the sidewalk.
There's a lot, yes, sir.
Yeah, but we got to have somebody call in, because I even called the dispatch and asked to check, and so I guess that's not a complaint.
Yes, sir. If we have traps, and we'll trap them.
Okay. Makes sense to me then.
Councilman Lance?
Thank you, Officer Sherman. You're doing a fantastic job.
Trying.
You're doing a fantastic job. So do we need to get traps?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Sound like we said if we had them, so that means we don't have them. So if we get a few.
I have already instructed him after October to order cat traps.
Chief did say we.
Awesome.
We are waiting for the funding.
And maybe we need to go in the store and say, hey, do you mind if we call the police and have their cats picked up? That's another subject. I do like this animal list summary that you gave us, which I think this is great for the citizens to know that surrounding us, you've researched 94 different cities. And I've given a quick scan here. I don't understand why we're really getting beat up over this permit. Like I said, we could call it something else. It seems to me that in the past, we've basically been labeled that we really don't know what we're doing. We need to rely on other people that are more knowledgeable. But in this list here of these 94, I scanned through here, it looks like 84 of the 94, they all require permits or a kennel license.
Quite a few of them, yes, sir, quite a few of them do. And I actually, like I said, the list I gave you were not extensive list of the 94, but the list of the 12 within 1 hour of us all have requirements too. I just put the
I like this list better because it's a lot more cities, 94. And another point that I've noticed, out of this 94, only 3 cities have allowances over 7. Everybody else is under 7.
Yes, sir. And that's why I was saying this. The city of Manvel is actually the least of a lot of cities in the state of Texas. One of the least restrictive if we pass this ordinance. And we aren't. The important thing to know, it does not say people cannot own or have more than. So we're not actually having a restriction of
And there's some in here
numbers.
that they do have limitations. That is the limit.
Yes, sir. Yes.
So this is a great list.
And one other thing, Councilman, if you look on the 2-page list or 3-page list that I gave you of the 12, if you look at the city of Sugar Land, they have essentially almost something identical to what we're doing. After reading, I seen, and they actually have in there about an animal rescue permit, needing an animal rescue permit. So it's not just, I know the city of Alvin has language in relation to that, but just to show also the city of Sugar Land's doing the same thing. But many cities across the state are. It's basically we're playing catch up.
Right. So great research, great list. It definitely makes me feel comfortable with what we're trying to accomplish here. And I really can't understand why a select few is wanting to beat us up over trying to follow so many other cities that already has this in place. And lastly, I just wonder just how discouraging has it been to other help groups and organizations from the online rhetoric that we have out there? How many groups have said, we don't want any part of Manvel because of the volatility that's going on? So, and that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman.
Mayor, if I could add one thing, we're talking about the registration side of it, or the permit side of it. One thing we haven't looked at or focused on is the entire section itself. It says any individual registered as foster operating as a 501c3 recognized animal rescue affiliate organization with the city of Manvel who rescues or owns a combination of 7 or more dogs and cats. And this is the part that we're not focusing on. At any one time on less than 1 acre of land and within 50 feet of another residence or business must apply for and obtain for an animal rescue permit. Now, we can change that to registration. Permit sounds like we're looking for money, but that's not it. But the reason why we have that in there, if you go down further and look on the section that's not numbered, it says the purpose of this section is to regulate and mitigate the hoarding of animals within the jurisdictional boundaries of the city with the intent to safeguard the health, safety, and general welfare of the animals and the public. That's what this is about. It's not about regulating how many animals they can have. It's about trying to mitigate the hoarding aspect of it, which I've worked hoarding cases myself with cats and dogs. Officer Sherman's worked them before. So it's not saying that some of these individuals that offer this service are going to be a hoarder or going to have that position to where they're going to have a situation to where it could be a hoarding situation. I think Julie said it just perfectly when she was up here that she takes care of her animals, she does the right thing with them, so on and so forth, which most of the groups do. But there are individuals out here who are not responsible. This allows us to regulate and to help to ensure that we don't have a residence on a 1 acre tract that has 15, 20 dogs. And Councilman Opplinger, you brought it up with the gentleman back office, was it Louisiana? I can't remember the gentleman's name you brought up, who had that same situation. So what this is, it doesn't say they can't have or limit the amount of dogs, which honestly, we should limit the amount of animals that we have in the city. It just helps us control the hoarding and the hoarding, mitigate the hoarding situation. That's what it's about.
Thank you, Chief. Councilman Bonner?
I sat here now for about 35, 40 minutes, thought I had something to say, and you stole it from me.
I'll retract it.
No, that was the one thing I was going through, and it was just kind of like we were missing the big point. I do like the part about the registering animals. I, again, think there shouldn't be a fee to register them. I think we can do that online. Everybody in the world can take a picture and download it now of your animal. I think we can recover what cost there might be. If my animal is picked up, then I should expect to maybe pay a fee to pick that animal back up from the city, something small, because there may be, and I guess I say that only if there's some costs that were involved. If they couldn't get in touch with me for a set amount of time, say I was out of town, and they had to feed the animal, they had to do something, that costs money. So that might be one thing that we look at, is just that part of it. The trap neuter return, I guess I'm a little bit lost on, does the city not want to do that? Is that what we want to stay out of that business? Or are we wanting?
That's going to be completely up to council and the direction y'all want to go. it's our recommendation that we do not intervene in the trap neuter return program.
That's what I wanted to make sure, that the recommendation through the ordinance is that we don't participate in it. We can't say that any other person, because it's state law that anybody can do it.
If the city wants to condone it and wants to be a part of the program, then I would suggest that we have regulations in place, that we highly regulate it, but it is still under state law. And honestly, personally,
I'm not for the trap.
Myself and the code enforcement officials over here, we do not condone it. We do not want, recommend the city participate in it.
That clears that up for me. Is there anything in here that prohibits the community feeding? If that seems to be a really big problem of why we have people calling in about the cats behind here and cats down there, is there anything that we can put in here that says that's illegal to have a community feeding? Or, and this is a question because I wasn't in the meetings, is that something that our partners here like or don't like? I haven't heard anybody speak to that. The only thing I heard from the community was about the one lady that, and I agree wholeheartedly with her, that's terrible.
I believe that if we were to look at something like that, we would need to look at the commercial properties, because there are some commercial properties that shouldn't have cats on the property, like your restaurants, your businesses that serve food and such as that. That's a health and safety issue. But most of your commercial properties, we had this same situation happen several years ago, many years ago, as a matter of fact. We had an individual that was driving through town that was feeding a cat colony over behind the Billy's Donuts. They would drive through town, go to work, and then drive back home. It became such a problem that it not only attracted the cats, but it also attracted the wildlife out of the woods that was in between that shopping center and Large Avenue. So the property owner requested that we trap these cats and remove them from the property. Well, that set off a firestorm with this individual because he was feeding these cats, which turned into a nightmare for a while. But to me, it's a property owner's what they want to do with it. If they want to allow the cats on there and have somebody come and feed them, that's up to them. It's their property. Somebody should not be going on somebody else's.
I was talking about, I guess I just didn't understand the problem maybe. I thought we had property owners complaining that other people were coming to their property and feeding cats.
Bighorn has already complained that these cats are being fed in their barbecue pits that they're trying to sell to the public.
I guess that's what I'm saying. In that case where somebody's actually coming on to, let's say I own Bighorn, and they come onto my property, and now I've got to call somebody and either get the city to come trap them or see if somebody else, that's a cost to me, and it's destroying my business probably. Why shouldn't that be illegal if I can catch the person that's doing it?
I would have to research it to see if we can actually make that a code violation, but it's very simple for the property owner to issue a criminal trespass warning to that individual if we locate them and find them. That's very easy, just criminal trespass warning.
That's already really within something that's already there.
Correct.
As a property owner, I could just report that.
And that's state law, so.
Okay.
But we can definitely research it and see what we can do with that aspect of it and bring that back.
I too want to thank y'all for the multitude of time that everyone has put into it. I've hated watching the social media process. I think some people have gone overboard with accusing different people of different things when nobody set out to purposely do something that was going to hurt somebody. We just tried to get a problem of animals taking over the city fixed. And these guys have to have some tools to do that. And so I don't want to slow down anything. And if we, like we say, we can change this, like Councilman Oppenheimer said, if we find something that we need to tweak, we'll tweak it, But that's all I got.
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem. Thank you, Councilman.
Okay, so just to clarify a couple things, to his point, thank you to the community members that are still here, that showed up to the meetings, that have emailed, that have taken the time. Your efforts have not gone unnoticed. I want you to know that, and thank you for still being here. You're slumped in. Is she even awake over there? Oh, good Lord. So for me, that speaks volumes. Again, we may or may not agree on a lot of things, but I just want to note a couple things. My notes from when I had my roundtable with you guys have all been addressed. All of them. I'm going through them just to make sure, but and I'm going to read these out loud for transparency, what was noted on the whiteboard when everybody spoke their concerns. The first one was Officer Sherman needs to be the one with the input. Bam. The top 3 areas of dog dumping. I did talk to Chief and to staff when we had our meeting about putting signs up to deter that in those top 3 areas, and I'm hoping to get some feedback on that soon. Foul odor, that's been, it said the definition of foul odor, that's in the ordinance. I did write down we need a cruelty action on there or something as far as cruelty, but they've addressed that tonight, that it automatically falls under the state. The other thing was the fines. Who does it go to? I believe that was Mr. Tim. The registration event, which we're working on. And now changing permit to registration. We've discussed that tonight. I think the entire community can get behind that. If you love and you're a responsible pet owner, why wouldn't you want to register your pets so they don't go missing or end up neutered or mutilated, whatever. Dumping dogs, and then the definition of nuisance. And I just wanted to make sure that I went through this and looked at it again for a second and third time. From what I was told when I was able to meet with the community that had these have been addressed from me. I don't know what else went on, but I just wanted to make that clear tonight. So they have done that for me, and if anything else isn't, then hopefully we can come back to the drawing table and make little tweaks. But at this point, I think it's as good as it's going to get right now. So with that, that's all I wanted to say. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. So you took a little bit of what I was going to say there. I wanted to just start with expressing my gratitude. My gratitude to our 2 animal control officers, Captain McLean, Chief, staff, council. I know, Mayor Pro Tem, you just mentioned you held the community roundtable. And to those of you that are here, that have written, that have provided that feedback, I know it's tempting. Monday Night Football is happening right now, and so it's tempting to go watch that. But for you guys staying here and being involved in this process and letting your voice be heard is extremely important. I thought, long and hard about postponing this, making a motion to postpone and revisiting it and giving it more time. Lots of times you hear people say that they want government to move faster. This is probably one of the first times that I've heard that people want government to move slower. But it's been good. It's allowed for there to be the conversation. It's allowed for there to be the discussion. But I think at this point, Council, we do need to take some action. I think we can sit here and continue to discuss it, but Tim Black said it best. The end result after all this work is where we're at tonight. And it seems like regardless of what decision is going to be made, there's going to be somebody that's going to be unhappy. Maybe it's our animal control officer that's unhappy. Maybe it's the community. Maybe it's fellow council members. I think we have to take all of that into consideration. And I know comments have been made about me that I don't like people who rescue or foster animals, and that's far from the truth. I appreciate each and every one of you. Just a few quick questions that I had. Because I do think there's some cleanup. I saw what Councilman Oplager mentioned. There were some duplicates. There's some lines that need to be cleaned up. I think there's opportunity to address some of the definitions that were mentioned during the public comments. One of the comments that was made was about referencing specific state law. And I know that has not been our policy in the past to reference that because state law could change, the sections could change, and you don't want to have to go back into the ordinance each time, open it up to change a specific reference. Is that the reason why we don't see those specific references included?
That's correct.
Okay, sounds good. One item that was brought up to me was, this is geared a lot towards warm-blooded animals. Have we ever looked at anything regarding reptiles?
Ew.
I don't have any reptiles. No, our Madagascar hissing cockroach passed away tragically, so he's buried outside. That was a comment that was made. So I went to social media because last time I was told that I didn't go to social media, and so I wasn't transparent. This time I go to social media, and then I get told maybe I shouldn't have gone to social media. So it's interesting. But one of the comments I received back from social media is that a lot of times these ordinances are drafted to specifically focus on cats and dogs. Has there been any consideration given towards reptiles or amphibians?
I'd have to go back and look at the definition, but I think we have something in there.
Yeah, I believe there's a couple sections that deal with livestock, reptiles, birds, and such like that. It doesn't go into great detail, and that's something that we could definitely, take a look at and everything. Okay. And as far as the aesthetics of the ordinance, the day y'all got it, I'd already identified all that stuff. So I even told Chief I've got my sticky notes ready to go, and so as soon as y'all are ready to move forward, then we can clean some of that up before the second reading.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, I received an email as well that said that we need to look at what Alvin and Pearland does, and we need to make our ordinance look like theirs. Well, we tried doing that with Alvin's, and this is why we are where we are. And then if we looked at Pearland's, it would be far more restrictive than what's even being proposed. But I did appreciate that comment, as it caused me to go and take a look at theirs. I do think in the ordinance regarding the definition for petting zoo, I didn't see that at all. So for example, if somebody wanted to come in and do an exhibit at a school where they brought in the animals to show and demonstrate, would that be classified as a petting zoo? Because the way that the ordinance read for that is any animal exhibitor who will be operating a petting zoo at any event within the city must notify in writing, but there was no definition for actually what a petting zoo is.
We can work on that.
Okay, yeah, that'd be great. That'd be great. I want to talk about data for a second. Since July, when the original draft was presented, changes to the original ordinance, how many animals have we picked up in the city? Do we have those up-to-date numbers?
I don't have them readily available.
Give me like 3 minutes.
Okay, because what I'm really curious about is how many that we have picked up compared to what some of our partner organizations have done. I know Lone Star Paws submitted their formal letter saying that they no longer wanted to be in a partner agreement with the city. And so I'm wanting to see what job that you guys have been doing over the past few months.
So I can say that Brazoria County SPCA has taken almost every single dog that we have picked up from the time I started back in August. And we were averaging probably 3 to 4 dogs a week, taking them. We'd get a dog, Monday, take them Friday or the following Monday. Try to give people a little bit more time on social media rather than just the 3 days. And trying to help out with Brazoria County SPCA. I come from shelter. They're full, but they are doing everything they can to take in. HHS has made one special agreement to take in 2 puppies right before their big Clear the Shelter event. Both puppies got adopted at that event, but they have closed intake for general public as well as MOUs. I'm trying to work with the director there, Aaron, to see what we can do, but Brazoria County has taken in almost every single dog that we have picked up, which I need to call them tomorrow because we have those 2 dogs in the kennel. But yeah.
Okay, well, that could be thank you so much for that. I appreciate that. That might be something, if we could get some updated data, that'd be great. Council, I don't have any other comments or questions with that. I'll open it up. Oh, yes.
Based on our management reports, since June, we've had 270 animal complaints.
Okay. Do we know how? Yes, sir.
Roughly, I'll get the number accurately, but just looking real fast, about 55 animals or so, approximately.
Approximately. So we've, just to get that on the microphone, since the beginning of July, we've roughly picked up 55 animals.
Approximately 55 animals.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much, Officer Sherman.
I have one question.
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem?
The ordinance says it's a violation to not have your animals spayed or neutered. So I would be breaking the law if I choose to not neuter
That's part of the.
my dog.
That's one of those that needs to be corrected. There were sections that were already previously taken out, and that one was left in there by accident.
So if we approve this tonight, this is still in there, so technically I'm breaking the law because my puppy's not neutered.
What you could do,
Nor
Mayor
do
Pro
I
Tem,
want to neuter him, because
This is just
poor
the-
Hunter
this
and
is just the
Jetty,
first
I
reading.
neutered them.
Yeah, this
Well,
is
they
just
were
the
rescues.
first reading of this one, so it allows us time to correct those errors.
Got it. Okay, that's right.
Well, what
for
you
the second
can do, Mayor Pro Tem, just to make sure it's clear, there's no confusion, if you wanted to make a motion to amend the ordinance, just to remove that.
Well, there's a few things that need to be
Okay.
tightened up a little bit, so as long as you got that and you're confirming to me that we're not breaking the law, then I'll be back there with them. I'll be really upset. Okay. All right. Thank you. That's all I had.
All right. All right, council, do we have a motion?
Motion we approve the first reading.
Okay, we have a motion to approve from Councilman David Lands. Do I have a second? We have a second from Councilman Bonner. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion passes unanimously, 7-0.
First reading, still have another one.
So the next reading is going to be on the October 7th meeting. All right. So next we go to mayor and council comments. Any comments or questions? All right. I will make a motion to adjourn. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second from Councilman Lands. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion passes unanimously, 7-0.